Mr. Sergeant of Arms, invite the members into the chamber, close doors. I hereby declare the House of Representatives of the 114th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee now in session. Will the members please stand? Will the visitors in the gallery please stand and remain standing through the Pledge of Allegiance? Representative Love will serve as chaplain of the day.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, members. Let us pause for a moment. Thank the Lord for this morning's rising up and going out. Let us pray. God, we thank you for the chance to gather this morning. We thank you, God, for safe travel for those who have come to participate in public policy being formulated. Bless us, O Lord. We thank you for our families, and we thank you, God, for their sacrifice as we are away from them. Give us, God, open hearts, open minds, and willing ears, and open ears is our prayer in your Son, Jesus the Christ's name. Amen.
Representative Love will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Roll call.
Ms. Clerk, please take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, 94 members present.
Next order, Ms. Clerk. Let journal reflect Representative Sparks is excused. Next order, Ms. Clerk.
Welcoming, honoring, and announcements.
Welcoming, honoring, and anyone seeking recognition as announcements. Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, if you would rise just briefly for a moment of silence. Wanted to honor the memory of a very lovely lady from our community, Miss Linda Loveday. She was an extremely active citizen in the local Republican Party, actually the mom of our party chairman, Mr. Todd Watson. But she, just a kind woman who was active. It's citizens like Miss Loveday who kind of create that pathway for all of us to serve. And so she was a shining example in Etowah and McMinn County. If you'd join me for just a brief moment of silence for her passing. Thank you very much.
Anyone else seeking recognition? Representative Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, let us welcome the Cox family from Robertson County. It's a special day and a special visit for them. It is the 75th anniversary of Mr. Maurice Cox and his wife, J.D. It is their 75th anniversary. He's 95 years old, and JD would not tell me her age. It is also the anniversary of Morris's son, Wayne, and Mary. They got married on the same day. I asked them if they plan to maintain this tradition through the generations. But let us welcome them. It is their special day, and thank you.
Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was a awful tragedy that occurred last night with a passenger jet collided with a Black Hawk helicopter. There's an ongoing search for survivors. We know many people lost their life. It's a tragedy. We take a lot of pride in this country of our ability to travel safely, especially through aviation. And also appreciate our military. We know military members were lost, but if I could just offer a moment of silence for all those victims of the fatal plane crash that occurred last night. Thank you.
Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very fortunate this year to have a great intern, and we want to recognize her and ask us if you would give her a hand, Miss Audrey Fairman. Where's she at? I can't say which side she's on. Thank you, sir.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction to resolutions.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all resolutions properly filed be introduced pursuant to Rule number 17 in place of the consent calendar, refer to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Joint Resolutions congratulatory and memorializing.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all Senate joint resolution congratulatory and memorializing allowing us to be placed on the consent calendar pursuant to Rule number 17.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Resolutions lying over.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all resolutions lying over be referred to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction of bills, Senate bills on first consideration, Senate bills on second consideration, House bills on second consideration, petitions, memorials, reports of standing committees, reports of select committees, calendars. Mr. Speaker, the House has a regular calendar.
Call it first bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 4, the extraordinary session by Leader Lambert and others relative to the Education Freedom Act of 2025.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage of House Bill 4 on third and final consideration.
Leader Lambert moves passage. Bobby second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Education Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Sapicki, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I roll to the heel of the amendments.
Without objection, roll to the hill. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 1 by Representative Mitchell, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 2, excuse me, by Representative Mitchell, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Mitchell, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think my amendment's kind of self-explanatory. Renaming this bill for what it's been in the past and what it seems to be today. It's the Governor Bill Lee Private School Voucher Bribery Scam Subsidy Act. For the folks who were here, or for the folks who weren't here the last time, we had a vote on the board. The board stayed open for 45 minutes while they took people out on the balcony out there, and they had Speaker Casta and his right-hand man, Cade, had Cade's little cell phone had it on speaker, had a direct contact down to the first floor, and they were offering things back and forth to get votes. Even offered one member a promotion in the Tennessee National Guard to be a general if he would just vote for their voucher scam. You know, we got a little trial coming up in federal court here in Nashville later this spring. I think a lot of other things may come to light during that trial. So we're going to see, and there was even a list. There was a list that was being kept going of who they were giving what to who. I mean, I'm sorry, folks. Either this piece of legislation is good on its merits, and they have evidence that supports that giving out vouchers increase student outcomes, or they don't. There's not a study in the last 20 years that shows that vouchers improve student outcomes anywhere in this country. We're doing this today just because they want to, not because it's going to help, but there's big billionaires that are in here pushing this, and they're going to do their bidding. So bottom line is, I think my amendment's self-explanatory, and I renew my motion.
Deputy Speaker Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of adopting Amendment 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 17, 75 nays.
Amendment number 2 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 3 by Representative Hemmer, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Hemmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So not only is the governor trying to steal money from your local public school, but he's also trying to take it from your college students in this state. So my amendment just simply removes the provisions to take the online sports gaming revenues to pay for the newly established K through 12 infrastructure fund. So just a couple of fast facts about the lottery and some of the funding around that right now. According to the last funding board estimates, it's about a $538 million revenue with about $482 million of scholarship expenses. So that's still a good thing. But this could potentially put the lottery in bad footing. And why is that? Think about this. There's 13 different lottery scholarships, including the Hope right now. In 2024, 159,000 students received a TELS award. And that is actually 10,000 more students than last year. So a 7% increase year over year. And that's adding an additional 21 million in aid. So what this is really doing is destabilizing the lottery funding. So in the best case scenario, you could have some minor awards to these select communities in this bill. Worst and most likely scenario is THEC will have to cut rewards or some of these scholarship programs. This is serious, folks. And so if you're not good at math and you don't get that, let me spell it out. There's 2 lottery scholarship revenue sources: lottery tickets and this online sports gaming revenue. And we're cutting one of those. I don't know about you, but I don't stand well on one leg, and our lottery scholarships won't either. Most LEAs wouldn't even be eligible for these infrastructure grants. And not to mention, if you're not aware of the cost, the high cost of college tuition and the inflation that has happened with that, over the last 20 years or so, it averages 7% at public universities. So whether you're a yes or no on the voucher bill, this is crazy. This does not affect the voucher program in any way. This is just in order to make sure the lottery scholarships are on better funding. Let's not rob Peter to pay Paul for this ill-advised program. At the end of the day, I read Congressman Cohen, the father of the lottery. He put out an op-ed earlier this week, and I thought he said it best. I'll just read what he had to say. Instead, the focus should be on strengthening and improving the programs that are fulfilling the primary goal of the constitutional language of the lottery. Let me say it again, fulfilling the goal of the constitutional language on the lottery to enable citizens to attend post-secondary education institutions in our great state of Tennessee. This has nothing to do with vouchers. We do not need to be cutting lottery scholarships for our best and brightest that are going to school. Please vote for this amendment. Mr. Speaker, I make motion to approve.
It's a proper motion, probably seconded. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I understand we're all a little rusty coming back into session after being gone a few months. But if you had actually reviewed the amendments that are on the bill, it covers just this type of scenario. So this, for the very first time, this bill provides for facility funding to go back to schools, specifically our distressed and at-risk counties, our schools that are really knocking it out of the park, that are high-performing schools, and our fast-growing districts. The only time in my 12 years down here that we've ever actually helped pay for local school buildings is when we did $1 million per high school and $500,000 per middle school for some CTE classroom assistance, which was a really good idea. But many of our smaller counties are struggling to keep up with demands on their school buildings. Their school buildings are getting older. Some of these smaller counties that are stressed or at risk struggle to be able to even replace like an HVAC unit or something, which on a school, as you can imagine, is extraordinarily expensive. So in the amendment, we ensure that all of these facility funds, 80% of the Sports Wagering Council funds that are coming in, would go to those facilities. It would be $25 per student for each of the districts that I've mentioned. And then it, after that, allows to prioritize disasters that might happen to assist with school buildings to be rebuilt or repaired. And then it's in a fund for everyone else. Now, in any year where, say, the lottery fund were to come up short, which the projections are that in the next year, it could be potentially $5 million short. It could be as high as $20 million. Now, that's out of hundreds of millions of dollars that comes in from the lottery funds into the scholarship funds that are Hope, Tennessee Promise, Reconnect, and all of those. I've voted for all those over the years and strongly support them. That's the first promise that we've made to Tennesseans on using that gambling money. Now, I will say this publicly, as I've said many times, I think everyone knows my stance on gambling. I voted against the Sports Wagering Act. I don't think we should have as much gambling in the state that we do. But unfortunately, a whole lot of folks really, really do enjoy that pastime. I would only caution folks, only do that if you can afford to lose that money, because eventually, if you gamble, you're going to lose. Lots of folks do it, so lots of money's coming in. If for some reason it's upside down, then that will take away from this facilities fund, and it will go first to the Hope scholarships into that fund to keep it whole. So with all due respect, the amendment, well spoken. I understand all your points, but we've already covered that in an amendment, and this amendment would not be needed. With that, I move it to the table.
Proper motion, probably seconded. The Parliamentary Situations, Representative Hemmer has moved amendment number 3. Leader Lambert has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except for that of the sponsor. Representative Hemmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that that response, but it just rings hollow to me. I don't see how we take away $70+ million of revenue that's increasing every year to put in this new program. We need to be funding these infrastructure grants with our general fund, with our regular tax revenue. Comptroller this year put out a report, shows we had $10 billion, nearly $10 billion of infrastructure needs within our schools. I agree we need to fund that, but this is not how we do it. We don't need to rob Peter to pay Paul. This is fiscally irresponsible. This is ill-conceived and ill thought out, and I don't believe we should do it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Situations, Representative Hemmer has moved adoption of amendment number 3. Leader Lambert has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the table in motion. All those in favor of the table amendment number 3, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 74, 23 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to table amendment 2 is, or 3 is approved. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 4 by Representative Hemmer, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Hemmer, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I filed this amendment to kind of bring attention to the hypocrisy of this voucher scam. Last year, you'll remember that the Memphis School Board had a situation where the Satanic Temple tried to gain access to an after-school program, and they They ended up having a big fight with the school board, and the school board ended up having to pay them. So this is a group that's already wanting to be part of our school. Whether we're for or against vouchers, I just found this appalling and asinine that we could have a bill that comes up where we could be using taxpayer resources to pay for the Satanic Temple School. Just think about that for a second. If you think this is silly, I checked with legal to see if this was even possible. And there's nothing stopping from this group from filling out an ESA application. And that brings the point of what I wanted to say, that we should not be having what I've heard other education researchers call taxpayer tithing, and especially for Satanic Temple schools. However, unlike others in this body, I don't wish to put forth a bill that, according to legal, could have constitutional concerns. So with that, I withdraw the amendment.
Without objection, amendment number 4 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 5 by Representative Powell. Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, last week, there was a school shooting in my district at a school here in Nashville, Antioch High School. Student Jasain lost her life. Others were injured. And 100+ students witnessed one of their classmates die in a school shooting. Sent a letter to the governor, asked for him to expand this special session to include school shootings in our state. Also asked him to tackle gun violence and deal with the hate that motivated the shooter in this incident. Following the pandemic, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, we saw an increase in school shootings. There were 83 incidents in 2024, last year. In 2022, there were 47 fatalities in school shootings. Following the tragedy of the Covenant School shooting in 2023, we had a special session that was called by the governor. And very little action was taken to deal with this problem. I remember on the second floor not even seeing the governor or his staff present, working on the legislation that they had called us to tackle. And here we are yet again facing another school shooting in our community with the Antioch High School school shooting. I've received a lot of calls and emails and seen a lot of people in my community asking me to vote no on vouchers. And I am 100% against this voucher bill. But I fielded even more calls since last week from parents, teachers, and students who are outraged that they have to return to school where they witnessed one of their classmates gunned down. Imagine the trauma of being a child and having to enter a building where you witnessed one of your fellow students, your friend, your neighbor, die from gun violence. It's outrageous. So what are we going to do? Well, the governor didn't return a response to my letter, but what I have done is put forth legislation that would put $50 million towards funding capital improvements at a school so that when there is a school shooting, that school can make the best they can adjustments to their buildings. This happened in a cafeteria. That cafeteria should be torn down and rebuilt. No student should have to walk into that cafeteria and have lunch every day where their classmate was killed. This happens again and again and again, and it falls on deaf ears. So I've made it so that we have $50 million in reoccurring funds to deal with this issue. For the next school shooting, they don't have to suffer like Antioch High School. And with that, I move adoption.
It's a proper motion, probably seconded. Representative Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the sponsor, we certainly as a body can understand the pain, the suffering that we all see when something like this happens to a school, and violence in general. We certainly need more attention, more legislation, more prevention in all buildings, in all schools, for any acts of violence that may occur in front of any kids. That's certainly a worthy discussion to have at any time, especially in this General Assembly. However, this particular school did have some needs that weren't working, that could certainly use more resources, like all of our schools, like we've provided in the past, through certain legislation that can be debated, that can be its standalone legislation for this entire body to go through the process. Here, the legislation that we're debating is not related to this. I think it's a worthy cause. I do think it's a worthy discussion to have, but for the moment, for this piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, that we're debating, this amendment just simply doesn't apply at this time. So with that, I move this amendment to the table.
Proper motion, probably seconded. Department of Situation is Representative Powell has moved adoption of amendment number 5. Representative Garrett has moved that motion to the table. It cuts off all debate except for that of the sponsor. Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you. I would say, imagine that your child had to enter a classroom or a cafeteria where their fellow student was killed. How would that make you feel? Would you want to take action then? Because I want to take action now. I'm demanding action now. We've taken on all kinds of things now, and we say this is time. Why don't we tackle gun violence now? Why don't we save one more child's life now, rather than sell our schools to the highest bidder? How much is a life worth? It's worth a lot more than a voucher. That's how much it's worth. And you might be promised a chairmanship or something in your district, but what I want in my district is for those children who walk into their school and their parents and the teachers not to have to live with the memory of their friend and fellow student, Jasain, who was gunned down. We are here right now, and we can take action on this bill if you will adopt this amendment. How much longer are we going to put this away, this problem, and keep kicking can down the road? We can do this right now. On behalf of Antioch High School in my community, I implore you to vote against the tabling motion and think about each one of those students in Antioch High School.
Department of Situations, Representative Powell has moved adoption of amendment number 5. Representative Garrett has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor vote aye. When the bell rings, those opposed vote no. Every member voted as any member wish to change their vote. Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 74, 24 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt Amendment 5 is tabled. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
Amendment 6 by Chairman Clemens. Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Chairman Clemens, you're recognized. Chairman, hang on, Chairman. Balconies, that's like the fourth time someone shouted. I would ask you to refrain. That is to observe, not to participate. If I hear it again, we will start removing people. If I can't determine who it is, then the section it came from, it will assume that you all made that noise or that moment of communication, and you will be removed. That's your warning. Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a pretty straightforward amendment. This simply makes the $2,000 that we're giving to our teachers part of their base pay rather than a bonus, so that they're not taxed that additional percentage for a bonus as opposed to the base pay. So what this does, it eliminates Section 4, which addresses those teacher bonuses. And the bill hasn't been amended yet, but I guess the ultimate impact of it, I don't know, with the amendment being adopted afterwards, but it also takes out that unnecessary provision for LEAs to pass a resolution before their teachers can get that bump in pay or that bonus. So right now in the Tennessee Code annotated, we already have a provision in there that the state salary schedule for teachers formulated by the commissioner pursuant to this section must establish a base salary that is no less than $47,000 for the 2025-26 school year. All this says is that we increase $47,000 to $49,000. If we can save our teachers a little bit of tax money, I think this is worthwhile. So rather than making this a bonus, let's make it part of their base pay and at least tweak this little provision. With that, I move passage, Mr. Speaker.
Proper motion, properly seconded. Representative Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With this amendment, what we're hoping to strive to do is to make sure the teachers will get the actual $2,000 bonus, setting it in part for the base. We've tried year over year to make sure our teachers will have that base salary of $50,000. I believe we're going to reach that. Some counties are already doing that. We hope, my hope is with this bonus that it will become the new base, because years to come, we continue to fund more salaries for teachers as the years go by. We've done that in the past. We will continue to commit those salary increases to our teachers. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move this amendment to the table.
Proper motion, probably seconded. The parliamentary situation is Chairman Clemens has moved adoption of amendment number 6. Representative Garrett has moved that motion to the table. Cuts off all debate except for that of the sponsor. Representative Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the position of my colleague. However, I don't think we're really serious about guaranteeing these teachers this bonus, because the amendment on which we're going to vote that has been rolled to the Hill puts a qualifier in there and makes it contingent upon an LEA passing a resolution. So how serious are we about actually getting this money to these teachers? And how opposed to taxes are we? Do we really want the teachers to get this money? If so, then let's put it in the base pay. Let's make sure they get the $2,000 and they're not hit the additional tax because it's a bonus. We have that opportunity right now. Let's do right by teachers. I ask you to vote against the tabling motion.
Parliamentary situation is Chairman Clemens has moved adoption of amendment number 6. Representative Garrett has moved that motion to the table. We are voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 73, 25 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 6 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 7 by Representative Dixie. Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Dixie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this amendment
it just does to make sure that the money that is spent for the schools and the schools that are receiving this money are financially solvent and make sure that they have been operating in the state and serving students for over 5 years before they get this money. We are a conservative state, and I am concerned that we're spending a lot of money and it's going to eventually impact our AAA rating that we have here. We've seen a lot of charter schools start across this state that have abused the money that they've been getting because they didn't have a history of serving students in our state. This way we can have a record of the academic record and to understand that they can be financially aware with the money that we're giving them. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask that we move to adopt this amendment.
It's a proper motion, properly seconded. Deputy Speaker Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Based on the nature and substance of this amendment, there's a reason we have a committee process. This should go through the committee structure. And so this is something more appropriate for regular sessions. For that reason, I move that to the table.
Proper motion, probably seconded. Parliamentary situation is Representative Dixie has moved adoption of amendment number 7. Deputy Speaker Zachary has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except to that. The sponsor, Representative Dixie, you recognize.
All right. Well, I adamantly disagree with that. I think that we're here talking about the disbursement of a large amount of funds to private schools. And why not? We've been called here for this special session to debate this, to see if we're going to spend millions, hundreds of millions of dollars to schools. And we're going to say we're going to kick this down the road. If we're going to kick this down the road, we should have kicked this voucher bill down the road because it's not important. If this is not important, then that's not important enough. So I disagree with my colleague, and I think that it's very, very important that we know what schools are receiving the money and they have the ability to teach our students and they have the financial solvency and the history to do it. I don't think that's much to ask to make sure that we hold people accountable for the money that they're going to get from our taxpayers to fund our students. And to say that it is not appropriate during this time is ludicrous. Because we're here to discuss not only the voucher school system, but how they're going to get paid. There's going to be several businesses that pop up to be able to handle this. So not only are schools going to be making money, but there are going to be business opportunities that come up for other people to make money to get this money, these funds to these schools and students. So I think it's very important that we put some guardrails on it right now. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and please move to adopt.
Parliamentary Situations, Representative Dixie has moved amendment number 7. Deputy Speaker Zachary has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 74, 24 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 7 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 8 by Representative Dixie. Mr. Speaker, it's timely filed.
Representative Dixie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is really a straightforward and it's a very economical amendment. This is just saying right now the hold harmless is that if they receive money for the previous year, that this $7,000, they'll be able to receive that money year after year. But it doesn't adjust for inflation. And I think it would be financially prudent that if we're going to truly hold these schools harmless and make sure that the money gets where it needs to be, that this is a very appropriate way to make sure that we adjust for inflation every year to make sure that the money that they're losing is appropriated back to them. Thank you, and I move for adoption.
It's proper motion, properly seconded. Deputy Speaker Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment in front of us states that we should pass this because it will help keep with the rate of inflation the funding in TISA. It's important to remember that TISA automatically receives a 3% increase each year. Under a Biden economy, that would not keep up with inflation. But under a Trump economy, I am confident that the 3% that's automatic increase will more than keep up with inflation. For that reason, I move this to the table.
Proper motion, probably seconded. Department of Situations, Representative Dixie has moved adoption of amendment number 8. Deputy Speaker Zachary has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except for that of the sponsor. Representative Dixie, you are recognized.
Unfortunately, inflation doesn't work like that. If we just, let's take eggs, for example. We're going to pay more for eggs next year and the year after year and the year after that. So we have to make sure that our schools are receiving the funds that they're supposed to receive to truly hold them harmless. And in this bill, it does not adjust for inflation. This will ensure that it does. So I think that we need to stop trying to make political points here. Stop trying to take digs at each other. And let's focus on what we're here for, the students. Because I am tired of the back and forth. I'm tired of us taking the little jabs at each other. Let's discuss, let's be the adults in the room. Because right now, the way this is going, it's going south fast. I'm tired. Either we can discuss this like adults or we can't. But let's stop taking the little jabs at each other and focus on the legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I move for adoption.
Department of Situations, Representative Dixie has moved adoption of amendment number 8. Deputy Speaker Zachary has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 74, 23 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 8 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 9 by Representative Dixie. Mr. Speaker, timely filed.
Representative Dixie, you're recognized.
I move to withdraw, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, amendment number 9 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 10 by Representative Hakeem. Mr. Speaker, is timely filed.
Representative Hakeem, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With this amendment, regardless of individual members' preference as to whether this bill should pass or not, I think we have to be cognizant of accountability. And that's what we're trying to get with this amendment. What this amendment does is calls for an annual audit of the private schools that accept the scholarship funds. My concern is making sure that we don't see a number of small private schools just pop up and end up closing within a few years, leaving students high and dry. For example, in Wisconsin, the average lifespan of these pop-up schools is only 4 years. That's concerning. That's according to the National Education Policy Center. These schools see the opportunity to take advantage of the voucher dollars that are available, some with good intentions, although, let's face it, there have been some that are in it for a quick dollar grab. But over the long term, these schools are unable to stay financially stable and sustain long-term operations. When these schools close, leaving the students stranded without the option that these scholarships were designed to provide, public funds invested in voucher schools that close quickly are a waste of taxpayer dollars. And students who change schools frequently can have lower test scores and undermine the entire program. We want to make sure that the schools taking these dollars are in it for the long haul, are financially stable, and not just grabbing the dollars, well-intended or not. A yearly financial audit is the best way to make that happen. Ask that we move forward on this, Mr. Speaker.
It's a proper motion, properly seconded. Chairman Faison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, one of the things that made me want to support this legislation is that there is testing. There is accountability built into this. But the most important accountability, Mr. Sponsor of the amendment, that is a part of this law is the accountability that the parent would have on a school that would receive this. See, in this situation, a parent who's been fortunate enough to be able to get this scholarship, they're only going to use that at a school who is doing the job that they want them to do for their children. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, we're going to lay this one on the table.
Proper motion, probably seconded. The parliamentary situation is Representative Keeman has moved adoption of amendment number 10. Chairman Faison has moved that motion to the table to cut off all debate except for that of sponsor. Representative Keeman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I stated earlier, every school that would move forward to educate our children do not have the best intentions. And what we're asking is reasonable accountability. We should not assume that every school would do the right thing. So I'm asking us to consider reasonable accountability. I don't feel this is excessive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I ask that we move for adoption.
Parliamentary situation is that Representative King has moved adoption of amendment number 10. Chairman Faison has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the table motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 71, 26 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 10 fails. Is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 11 by Leader Camper, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, what Amendment 11 does is deal with TCAP testing. In the current bill, there's a provision that talks about TCAP testing as an option. What this amendment would do would require any student that receives that voucher and go to a private school, the school is mandated to give them a TCAP test. And the second portion of it deals with reporting back the results of that TCAP testing to the comptroller and the families. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of Amendment 11.
It's a proper motion, properly seconded. Leader Lambert, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The TCAP is a nationally normed test that we designed here in Tennessee, specifically for Tennessee public schools. There are about a third of the private schools in this state that already utilize the TCAP as their nationally normed test in some capacity. So what we've done is we've tried to capture all of those nationally normed tests that are utilized by any private school that might take advantage of these scholarships, and then do a statistical sampling and evaluation of that to see how that compares to those that have taken the TCAP or other nationally normed tests. This 20,000 scholarships, in my opinion, should not be increased in number until we know that the program works, and that is in this bill. We're going to look at those tests, be able to compare apples to apples on nationally normed tests, and the TCAP is one of those, and then we can make a decision down the road as to whether or not to expand this program at all. So the testing is already in there. The TCAP testing is already in there. It doesn't force it on every single student that might take advantage of the scholarships, but there will be a corpus that we can analyze to be able to compare that to. And with that, with all due respect, Madam Leader, I would move this to the table.
It's a proper motion, probably seconded. The parliamentary situations. Leader Camper has moved adoption amendment number 11. Leader Lambert has moved that motion to the table, cuts off all debate except for that sponsor. Leader Camper, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor, I understand, you're giving them the option, but what I think would help with your vision of what you're trying to do is that they all get the opportunity to take that TCAP. Number one, it'll give you and the rest of us a larger sample to compare apples to apples, as you mentioned. So by allowing some schools to do it, some not, some students to do it, some not, I think it distorts the results that you're actually looking for with respect to this apples to apples comparison. And we can see within the very school that they're in, whether the students that have been vouchered into it, because there's this discussion about reaching a certain group of people, whether the education they're receiving is equitable and can truly be evaluated with the TCAP from a public school and a private school. So I think it expands your pool of students to do the comparison and the feedback that we'll need to make, future decisions about. With that, I ask members to vote against the tabling motion.
Department situation is Leader Camper has moved adoption amendment number 11. Leader Lambert has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 69, 26 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 11 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 12 by Leader Camper. Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Leader Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, what this amendment does is deal with remediation of students. Within the public school system, if students fall below a certain academic achievement, we are required to do remediation. Now, if students take this voucher and go to a private school and parents decide they want to come back to the public school and that child is not proficient, we're going to be required to do remediation to get that student proficient. What this amendment does is put the onus on the private school that took the voucher to pay for that remediation. With that, I move adoption of amendment number 12.
Proper motion, properly seconded. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
It's still on me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These are only category 1, 2, and 3 schools. These are the upper tier schools that can only take advantage of these scholarships. And again, it's the parents that are applying for these scholarships and then choosing which school is in the best interest of their child. So these are high quality schools. The situation that you've described is extraordinarily unlikely and has not occurred in virtually any other state that has seen any kind of public to private and private to public in their higher tier schools, any movement around. So with all due respect, I would move this to the table.
It's proper motion, probably second. Department situation is Leader Camper has moved adoption amendment number 12. Leader Lambert has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except for that of the sponsor. Leader Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand your point, the categories of the schools, but the program is toward, from what you've been saying, students that's been underperforming, students that need an opportunity, students that are on free and reduced lunch, students that are below a certain poverty level. And to some degree, those students may not be at the same level, but what you're saying is once they get there, they'll be there. And I'm saying that a parent, that student could get there. And the parent could decide once there that this is not for me. I want to go back to a public school. But while they were there, they did not achieve to the level that we have held them to. When they come back, we are going to have to remediate. And because by law, we passed a law that said we have to do that, then the public school system is going to have to pay that. And I'm saying, should that be the case, then the school that accepted that voucher need to pay for that remediation. With that, I ask that you vote against the tabling motion.
Department situation is Leader Camper has moved adoption amendment number 12. Leader Lambert has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has everyone voted? Does anyone want to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 72, 24 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt Amendment 12 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 13 by Leader Camper. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Leader Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker. Members, currently there is a pilot voucher program going on in Shelby, Davidson, and Hamilton counties. And it's regulated by the State Board of Education. That's the bill that passed that will regulate them. Within this piece of legislation, should this bill pass, this program will be regulated by the Department of Education. What my amendment does is say that they're all under the State Board of Education. So you have the one state entity that's regulating all of these vouchers. So with that, I move adoption of amendment number 13.
Leader Camper moves adoption amendment number 13. Proper motion, properly seconded. Representative Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the sponsor for the amendment. I do believe that it's appropriate as drafted in the original piece of legislation of who's housing the ability to administer these scholarships to our folks. The Department of Education is certainly able to do that. So with that and with the appropriateness of not moving it to the state funding or to the State Education Board, I move this amendment to the table.
Proper motion, probably second. Department situation is Leader Camper has moved adoption amendment number 13. Representative Garrett's moved that motion to the table, cuts off all debate except for that sponsor. Leader Camper, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that the department is capable. That's not the point. The point is that they all need to be regulated by the same authority so that they all come up under the State Board of Education, which we decided that was where we wanted the voucher program to be rested in. So I just feel that the entire program needs to be under the State Board of Education. And with that, I ask that you vote against the tabling motion.
Department situations, Leader Camper has moved adoption amendment number 13. Leader Lambert has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the table in motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 72, 24 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 13 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 14 by Representative Salinas, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Salinas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment would delete a portion section 2, and the code is 49-6-3511. I am a naturalized citizen. I take the oath that I take it seriously that we took an oath to uphold not only our state constitution, but the Constitution of the United States. So what this amendment does is it brings this bill in accordance to already established constitutional things that have been decided by the Supreme Court of the United States. And it would delete the ability of this bill to prohibit undocumented students from accessing vouchers. So with that, I move for adoption.
Representative Salinas moves adoption. Proper motion, probably seconded. Representative Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the amendment from my colleague from Shelby County who, let's make something clear, excuse me, legal immigration we have absolutely no problem with, just like she has been here, 100%. Encourage folks to come here in the legally proper way, Mr. Speaker. You know that, I know that. We just had an historic election this past November that one of the number one issues from the Biden administration that was just kicked out is that we had open borders for all illegal folks to come in this country without consequence. The Americans spoke, Tennesseans spoke. They do not want illegal aliens, unauthorized aliens coming into this country unfettered. We have a new day, a new czar, a new ability to make sure we protect our citizens. For those that want to come here legally, there are ways they can do that. The days of coming to this country illegally are over. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move this amendment to the table.
It's a proper motion, probably seconded. The permanent situation is Representative Salinas has moved adoption amendment number 14. Representative Garrett has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except for that of the sponsor. Representative Salinas, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know elections don't change the Constitution. So whatever happened, that does not change the Supreme Court decision of Plyer versus Doe. And we're all children of God. And we're talking about kids that are in K through 12. Those are the people that we're talking about. We're not talking about adults. What is a child? How can they decide what their parent decides to do? And we are choosing to cut that child, who at no fault of their own, from access to this wonderful program that y'all talk about. So I would like to read what Plyer versus Doe establishes, just for the record. It says that no public school can discriminate against undocumented students. No public school cannot force undocumented families to pay tuition. No public school cannot request citizenship documentation of students. No public school cannot deny undocumented students access to education, and that is the Constitution of the United States.
Farming Situations, Representative Salinas has moved adoption amendment number 14. Representative Garrett has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 74, 25 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 14 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 15 by Representative Salinas. Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Salinas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would require private schools to run background checks on teachers as well as any other administrator, anybody that has contact with the kids. I know that we like to pride ourselves on protecting our kids. So with that, I would like to move for us to adopt so that our kids can be safe in wherever they get their education.
Representative Salinas moves adoption amendment number 15. Proper motion, probably seconded. Chairman Faison, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's lay that on the table.
It's a proper motion, probably seconded. Department of Situation, Representative Salinas has moved adoption amendment number 15. Chairman Faison has moved that motion to the table, cuts off all debate except for that of the sponsor. Representative Salinas, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've had very passionate debate on this floor already about protecting kids in sports and other areas. So it seems very inconsistent for us to table this motion that allows us to run background checks on people that are going to be around our kids. Again, we're talking about K through 12. So why can't we hold the private schools to the same criteria that we set for our public schools? Why are they not good enough? Why is the safety of our kids not worth extra paperwork and processing that we have to do to make sure that they're safe at school, wherever they decide to get their education? I know y'all love to talk about choice, but the kids that choose or whose parents choose to take these vouchers, those people that have access to those kids are not going to go through background checks, and we're going to table this motion? I hope nothing happens. I hope nothing happens to kids that choose these voucher programs, because I know y'all think y'all are going to pass this and there will be zero consequences, but I hope nothing happens, that there are no sexual assaults, that there are no gun violence, that there's nothing that would have protected these kids, because y'all chose to table this motion.
All right, Parliamentary Situations, Representative Salinas has moved to adopt amendment number 15. Chairman Faison has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the table in motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 75, 24 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment 15 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 16 by Representative Johnson. Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Johnson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment should be particularly simple for everyone. We've heard a lot about this nebulous idea of hold harmless. No one is really able to give an exact, detailed way of exactly how that's going to work, because counter to what it says, our fiscal note and fiscal review tend to disagree on the money that's going to be in TISA. So at this point, there's no demonstration that hold harmless is actually going to do just that. So what this amendment does just requires that each year the comptroller is responsible and working, of course, in conjunction with the Department of Ed, is responsible for making sure that every school is getting the funding that they are desired, that is supposed to be coming to them, that they are fully funded. So when that happens, then the vouchers can go out to the folks who have them. But it's just a safety guard to make sure that those schools indeed get all the funds they're supposed to get, and then the vouchers can go out. So if you are a fiscal conservative, if you are concerned about that, and you should be concerned about hold harmless, because it's more of an idea than an actual plan according to the fiscal note on this bill. But this amendment would assure that those schools get the monies they are due before the vouchers go out. I move adoption.
Representative Johnson moves adoption of amendment number 16. Deputy Speaker Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I did speak to the comptroller, and the definition of fully funding is arbitrary and subjective, and for that reason, he would not be able to accomplish the intent of that. For that reason, I move this to the table.
Proper motion, probably second. Department of Situations. Representative Johnson has moved adoption of amendment number 16. Deputy Speaker Zachary has moved that motion to the table, cuts off all debate except for the sponsor. Representative Johnson, you recognize.
Interesting. We have a TISA formula. We have an exact amount that every school is supposed to get. It's disturbing that the comptroller doesn't understand what that means. Perhaps we should revisit that. But the reality is there's an allotment for every single public school, so that they get their full allotment is what fully funded means. It's really relatively simple. So this should be an easy way, because I hear a lot of folks saying that public schools are going to get the money that they are due. However, in any other state that has vouchers, it has never happened. And according to the own formula here, it's a flat line, even though costs increase every year. This just assures that every public schools get the money they are allotted. It should be a simple vote. So I ask that you vote against the tabling of the amendment.
Parliamentary Situations. Representative Johnson has moved adoption of amendment number 16. Deputy Speaker Zachary has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the table motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 74, 24 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 16 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 17 by Representative Johnson. Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that this is really an important amendment if you care about accountability. And I can say for those of you who have been here for longer than a minute, understand that in the last few years, this body has insisted on certain standards. The supermajority was part of creating the current standards that we teach now. They created the evaluation systems for our teachers. They are the ones that are saying, in order for our public schools to be held accountable, we have to do these things. They stood up here and insisted for hours that these things were critical. if we're putting public dollars in our public schools. And we have got to hold those schools accountable. So what this amendment does is make sure that since we're considering giving public tax dollars to private schools, they also need to be held accountable. If these things were important for 1 million Tennessee students, why are they not important now? Are we going to drop them for everybody, or are we just dropping them for vouchers? These are some of the things that the amendment does. To publish the school's lesson plans and syllabus for each class offered on the school website. Comply with the same requirements imposed on public schools in the Age Appropriate Materials Act, compelled in Part 28 of this chapter, including but not limited to requiring the private school to maintain a current list of materials in the school library and classroom libraries. If you recall, you required every single teacher to catalog the thousands of books in their classroom. Why are we just going to allow any book to come into a private school classroom? That seems hypocritical. Publish the academic standards for each subject in each grade level, because private schools currently can teach anything they want. You all insisted that our kids teach the standards you developed. But for some reason, these folks don't have to follow those standards. Ensure that educators employed by or under contract with are licensed to teach. The whereas clause at the beginning of this bill says highly qualified teachers. If you're not hiring a certified teacher, there's absolutely no way to know if that's a highly qualified teacher, because Bob said so is not highly qualified. You guys demanded a strict evaluation regimen. How come voucher kids don't deserve that? Teach students the state academic standards adopted by the State Board of Education. You all decided that was the minimum that our kids need to know. But for some reason, students with vouchers, we're not making sure that those kids learn those same things. Folks, this is ridiculous. It is hypocritical to say we're going to give public tax dollars to schools with zero accountability. We already see that kids are performing 20 points worse in math. Kids with vouchers, 20 points worse in math than their public school peers. We need to hold folks accountable. So I move to adopt this amendment.
Proper motion, properly seconded. Representative Johnson moves adoption of amendment number 17. Speaker Pro Tem Marsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and sponsor. These schools are already accredited by the Board of Education or the Department of Education. These students are required to take national normed tests, and the parents of these students are certainly holding the schools and the teachers accountable. Therefore, I move this amendment to the table.
It's proper motion, probably second. Department of Situations, Representative Johnson has moved adoption of amendment number 17. Speaker Pro Tem Marsh has moved that motion to the table, cuts off all debate. Second for that sponsor, Representative Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our public schools are accredited as well. These tests are not the same as our TCAP. We talk about apples to apples. Someone stood up there and said, this state test and the TCAP can be compared. Statistically, they absolutely can't be compared unless you go by standard by standard. And if that test has the exact same standards as the TCAP, it's still difficult to make that comparison. But the tests they take aren't testing the same standards we are. So making a comparison between the tests some of these private schools give and the TCAP, it's a joke. Talk to people in statistics. You can't do that. It's not apples to apples unless they're taking the same tests. And if your kid comes home, parents do not know the quality of the teacher in the room. You might be happy with someone who's teaching your kid because you really like them or you go to church with them. That doesn't mean they are skilled at their job. It's a whole different thing. And to think that it was so important in our public schools, and now you have literally tossed it out the window. Please vote against the tabling of the amendment.
Parliamentary Situations, Representative Johnson has moved adoption of amendment number 17. Speaker Pro Tem Marsh has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 73, 24 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 17 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 18 by Representative Johnson. Mr. Speaker, it's timely filed.
Representative Johnson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is pretty simple too. What it does is in evaluations of the testing, if there is any private school that takes vouchers and they are testing 15% below our public schools, then they will not be able to accept students for that next year. If they are performing so poorly that they are 15% below our public schools, they should not be operating with public school tax dollars. We see this happening so much in our charter schools that have never brought the performance they said they would bring. The vast majority of our charter schools fall in the bottom 5% or 10%. And like I said, what we are seeing with our current vouchers is voucher students are performing worse than their public school peers. We also see that in every single state that has vouchers. So I think this is simple. If a private school is performing a standard deviation below public school performance, they will not be allowed to accept vouchers. So that's what this amendment does, and I move adoption on Amendment 18.
Representative Johnson moves adoption of amendment number 18. Proper motion, properly seconded. Deputy Speaker Zachary, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there's roughly 596 private schools in the state. Right now, roughly 300 of them do require TCAP testing. All Category 1 schools do require TCAP testing. This piece of legislation does provide for additional TCAP testing. So for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I move this to the table.
It's proper motion, probably seconded. The Parliamentary Situation, Representative Johnson has moved adoption of amendment number 18. Deputy Speaker Zachary has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except for the sponsor. Representative Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It needs to be every student. We have to give these kids the TCAP. We have to compare apples to apples. We have to make sure by saying, well, some don't take the TCAP, so we can't judge this. Again, you all insist every single public school is performing well, but you're not interested in how the kids perform, how every kid performs at a private school. Can we not agree if they're performing 15% worse, that school shouldn't get public tax dollars? We need to remember these schools are picking and choosing who they take. Public schools take every single kid in the neighborhood, no matter their disability, no matter their background. These folks can pick the cream of the crop, but they're still performing worse. And so often it's because they don't have the things our public schools have. And we're not requiring to do that. So in order to make sure these kids are getting the education they deserve, since we are using public tax dollars, then we need to afford them the same care and concern as you seem to have for public school kids. Please vote against the tabling of this amendment.
Primary situation is Representative Johnson has moved adoption amendment number 18. Deputy Speaker Zachary has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has everyone voted? Does anybody wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 75, 24 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 18 is tabled. Next amendment.
House Amendment 19 by Leader Love. Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Leader Love, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in looking at the legislation, in the 2025-2026 school year, there is priority given to students of a certain income level, that they have 10,000 scholarships reserved for them, and then another income level has 10,000 for them. In the 2026 and 27 school year, the proposed legislation says that if the number of applicants exceeds the number of available scholarships, then and only then will priority be given to those of that same income level. Also, those who had received the award in the previous year have priority. My concern is this. In the several versions that I've seen of voucher proposals, education scholarship proposals, every year we always lead with saying that we want to make sure that the kids who have a certain income level have priority. My amendment would require the reporting of income of students, also the county in which the private school is located. In addition, the county where the student resides and the sex and the race of the applicant, so we can get the data on who is receiving these scholarships. Why is that important? It's important because what we don't want to have happen is a influx of schools in one county then starts drawing resources from another county because those students in that county start attending that school. What we also don't want to do is have a situation where students of a higher income level end up with all the scholarships and students with a certain income level don't get any, all because there's no reporting of it. So again, the amendment simply says that this report of where the student resides, where the particular private school resides, would be given to a report that would be done by the Office of Research and Educational Accountability so that we can track the information. Because again, look at the legislation. It does not provide any mechanism for how the awards are given unless there is a higher number of applications than awards that are available. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would move for adoption.
Leader Love moves adoption amendment number 19. Proper motion, probably seconded. Speaker Pro Tem Marsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and sponsor. These schools are private businesses and have private funds at risk, and they certainly want to be successful. And some of this information is currently reported to the Department of Education or the Board of Education. Therefore, I move that amendment to the table.
It's a proper motion by the second. Part of the situation is Leader Love has moved adoption of amendment number 19. Speaker Pro Tem Marsh has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except for that of sponsor. Leader Love, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, let me again encourage you to read the legislation and understand that the only time that there's a priority given to students of a certain income level is if the number of applications exceeds the number of available scholarships. I've been here again 12 years and I've seen every version of vouchers or scholarships, and they all lead with, we want to make sure that those kids in those certain income levels at certain schools get priority. The only way we can track this is if we adopt this amendment and have this report to come to us so we'll know exactly who received these scholarships, what county they were living in, and where the private schools are located in these certain counties. I again urge you to consider voting against the tabling motion so we can track what is happening with these dollars that are going to these private entities. These, again, are taxpayer dollars, and we need to know where they're going and what the usefulness of them is.
Parliamentary situations, Leader Love has moved adoption of amendment number 19. Speaker Pro Tem Marsh has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 75, 24 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 19 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 20 by Representative Hardaway. Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Hardaway, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. And I'm going to ask my colleagues to kind of pay attention because every one of you is affected by this amendment. You know, I've got a basic theory that economics and education determine how free you will be in America today. So we're only halfway there in talking about education and equality. But this bill itself is misnomered. This amendment seeks to give some correction. There is a study that you paid for, that Tasser did, and my friends, every one of you is listed in that study. It tells what the infrastructure needs are for your schools. It tells us what your school needs in order to provide that quality education that we strive so hard to put into our legislation. So I'm going to ask you to pay attention when we talk about this one. I want to hear, and I know it's going to be moved to the table, I want to hear what the rationale is on that, because this simply says that those same dollars that are in this bill will be used to address the infrastructure needs that are documented, hear me, in this report. To save you some time, if you go to page 215, you'll find a chart that will allow you to identify the needs of your school system. The needs of your school system as decided by a panel that reported back to Tasser. We haven't done anything about it. We know it's also studies that don't suggest, but determine that the academic outcome of our students is impacted by that environment at the schoolhouse. You can expect a child that's going to school, they're cold when they leave home, cold when they're going to school, and they're cold when they get there. They're hot when they leave home, hot when they're going to school, hot when they get there. Teachers are bothered. They're irritable. They can't concentrate on delivering the education to our children. So I'm going to make this simple for you. This merely adds the requirement that your district, the needs of your district for the infrastructure that will help your children to have a more positive academic outcome. These are dollars which will go to your school system to address your school needs, as documented by TASER. With that, I'll move adoption.
Representative Hardaway moves adoption of amendment number 20. Proper motion properly seconded. Chairman Faison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to the table.
Proper motion probably seconded. The permanent situation is Representative Hardaway has moved adoption of amendment number 20. Chairman Faison has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except for the sponsor. Representative Hardaway, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. And because I kind of like Faison, I'm not going to read from the document what the needs of his school system are and the needs that would be addressed if you would merely vote not to table this motion, but to add it to our agenda today so we can vote on it, and you will have millions of dollars to deliver to your school system. I can't be any clearer than that. And the needs are documented by a TASER study that we pay for. So I'm simply going to ask you to do the right thing for your children. Don't perpetuate the 1896 Plessy versus Ferguson. Let's not go pre-Brown versus Board of Education, was separate but equal, was proven and stated to be unconstitutional and illegal. Let's not do that. With that, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not going to give you your numbers. I think you already know them. But I'm going to ask you to vote against the tabling motion also.
Parliamentary Situations, Representative Hardaway has moved adoption of amendment number 20. Chairman Faison has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Has anyone wish to change the vote? Take the vote, Mr. Clerk.
Ayes 75, 24 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 20 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 21 by Representative Hardaway. Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Hardaway, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. This is one more chance for y'all to do the right thing. Just in case you were confused by the amendment standing by itself, this places virtually the same language within the document. So if you want me to consider voting for this bill, this is the amendment that you need to put on it, because it will have the needs of Shelby County in it also. Shelby County's needs for infrastructure, for deferred maintenance, are calculated at over $1 billion, ladies and gentlemen, $1 billion. This would cite the needs as cited in TASER, which would at least get us started. So I'm going to give you another opportunity to support your school system and to keep your children from going to leaky buildings, which are going to cause them respiratory problems, from going into buildings that might still need remediation from lead paint and fiberglass. I want to ask you to consider what I said earlier, that the academic outcome for children is determined, is impacted by the environment that they go to school in. When they're sitting in that schoolhouse, the more technology they have, and most of you have technology needs, the more secure that building is. Every day, we're praying that our children will come home safely. We've got some schools where we can't even lock the doors, ladies and gentlemen. You can't even lock the doors. So I'm going to ask you not to treat this like some type of partisan issue, but to treat it like an issue where you demonstrate your love for your children and all the rest of the children in the great state of Tennessee. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll renew my motion to adopt.
Representative Hardaway moves adoption of amendment number 21. Proper motion by second. Chairman Faison, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that to the table.
Proper motion by second. Parliamentary situations. Representative Hardaway has moved adoption of amendment number 21. Chairman Faison has moved that motion to the table. Cuts off all debate except for that of the sponsor. Representative Hardaway, you are recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. So I'm going to take the opportunity to share once again that you can find these numbers that represent the hundreds of millions of dollars that you're about to turn down for your children starting on page 215 of the TASER report, Appendix E. School system infrastructure needs by county. So I'm going to ask you to do a little homework in between now and the voting. I'm looking at my phone trying to turn it off and it says potential fraud. It's ironic that that comes up, Mr. Speaker, while we're on this bill. Okay. But, Mr. Speaker, with that, I move adoption.
It is your amendment too. Representative Hardaway, the parliamentary situations. Representative Hardaway moves adoption of amendment number 21. Chairman Faison has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 74, 24 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment 21 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 22 by Representative Hurt, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Hart, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we finally got to me, number 22, and I know we got one after, but I appreciate you giving me your attention. I've got a lot of concerns with this bill, but the one I look to address in this amendment is to strengthen an equal opportunity for our students with special needs. This bill is written, it mentions it in the bill. It touches on it, offering protection for our special needs students. I've talked to parents, the communities that represent these special individuals. They don't feel that that's enough protection with what's in the bill right now. I understand the uphill battle of trying to get an amendment put on administration bill on the floor. It's the first one I brought in 7 years. It means a lot. It means a lot to students across the state. Members, we can provide stronger protection. I wanted to go further with this amendment, but I also wanted to bring something that was palatable for the body. The bill already says, and there are federal protections for students, but this bill actually says if they're admitted, they have to sign away their IDEA rights. That's the parent's choice if they choose to go there, and I respect a private school on that side of things. All I'm trying to address with my amendment is to offer them more protection on being admitted. I don't know what burden, and I anticipate a tabling motion. I would like to know what burden this puts or how it changes the intent of the bill. Because I think the intent, in fact, I know the intent is to offer protections for these students. This only strengthens it. It doesn't put more on a private school if they admit these special needs students. It just strengthens their opportunities. And we're here to stand behind these students and provide them with the same opportunities. Many of us in here are parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles to these special needs students. Stay with me. Stay with me, please. You all know my family's dynamic. Dawn and I have 5 children. Our youngest is special needs. This passes like it reads. I've got to look at her and say, I'm okay with not offering the same opportunities for our youngest as I do our older 4. I'm not okay with that. I don't want to have that conversation with her, and I don't want to have that conversation with any parent of a special needs student from across this state. This does not hurt the intent of the bill. There are protections in the bill, but hear me, the communities that represent these individuals and the parents don't feel that it's strong enough. Stand with me and strengthen these protections for these students. Members, I have faith in you. I believe that this room is full of the best leaders in the state of Tennessee, and I'm honored to serve beside you. Stand with me today and let's strengthen this bill. I do believe it's the intent of this bill, but let's strengthen it and put this amendment on. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll move passage.
Representative Hurt moves adoption of amendment number 22. It's a proper motion, probably second. Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Representative, thank you for bringing that. And we've been friends a long time and appreciate where you're coming from this. But it is a slight misinterpretation of the way you're reading that particular portion of the bill. If a child takes an advantage of a scholarship and they move from a public school to a private school, they are waiving that public school having responsibility to continue with their IDEA program, and they're waiving that for the public school. It is now on the responsibility of the private school, and that private school is still bound by federal law. You can't waive federal law. So an individual can't sign that and waive it toward wherever that child is. So they're waiving it for the public school because the public school no longer has that responsibility. That child has moved to a private school. So those children are still going to be protected. The goal of this bill is that not only are they protected, but they thrive in whatever environment that they would thrive best. Now, quite frankly, and I know we've had this conversation, it is my opinion that most of our public schools, in fact, just about all of them, do a phenomenal job of providing for special education situations where a child has either a slight issue with mental or physical disabilities or an extreme situation. And they do that as an entire system. There are some private schools that do a very good job of that as well. But I will tell you, this is an area that I know that our public schools do a phenomenal job on. And that's something that a parent can take into account as to whether or not to even pursue a scholarship in this arena. But what they're signing away, that federal law is still overarching that child's educational journey. It's just that we don't want a child who is moving from a public school to a private school, and yet that public school is still responsible for a section of that child's educational journey. That's all on the private school at that juncture. And so with that in mind, and I would love to work with you during the regular session if there's any other improvements that we can make upon making sure that that particular population of students in our state is best protected so that they can thrive, I'd be happy to work on that. But in this particular circumstance, it just doesn't apply. And with all due respect, I would move to lay that on the table.
Proper motion, Bobby Second, Department of Situations. Representative Hurt has moved adoption of amendment number 22. Leader Lamberth has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except for that of the sponsor. Representative Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the clarification, Leader. I do. I still, members, didn't hear how this hurts the intent of the bill. If the intent is to provide protections, this only strengthens it. That's all we're trying to do. I firmly believe that the intent is there, but as I told you, the communities and the parents don't feel like it's strong enough. Let's stand behind them. This bill only affects the admission process and gives them strength. The goal of this bill is choice. I get that. Let's provide the same choice and strengthen those choices for our special students and our students with special needs. Strengthen their choice. Let's don't give them a seat at the end of the table. Let's give them a seat at the front of the table with everybody else. Members, I would ask you to vote against the tabling motion, and let's provide stronger protections for these special students. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Situations, Representative Hart has moved adoption of amendment number 22. Leader Lambert has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 33, 64 nays, 2 present not voting.
The noes have it. The tabling motion fails. We're back on amendment number 22. Representative Hart, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've said all I can. Members, I appreciate it. The students with special needs appreciate the opportunity to have this discussion. I can't sit by idly and not try, and I appreciate you standing tall with me. Members, let's adopt this amendment and let's stand strong to provide more opportunities for our students with disabilities and give them a fair seat at the table. I've said all I can. I appreciate you, and I move adoption.
Representative Hart moves adoption of amendment number 22. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
So members will now be voted on the amendment, obviously, and I'm at the will of the body. I will be voting no. So I think those protections are already there. I have not investigated every single legal ramification of what this language does. I take you on your word that you intend to do no harm to the bill, but I also know your stance on this particular piece of legislation, and you are a hard no. So I respect that, but I worry about what the language does. And I've not had an opportunity to fully vet every single aspect of it. I hope that it would not be a poison pill. I know you would never intend that, but I don't know what this would do fully. I know that these students are already protected. So I will humbly not be voting for the amendment for that reason. I have faith in the way the bill is currently drafted.
Representative Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that, Leader. I do. And I know the intent is not to harm these students, but my intent is to offer them strength and for us to stand beside them and behind them and offer them the same opportunities. Legally, with the discussions I've had, this bill does not affect. It strengthens their choice. Let's give them a seat at the front of the table, members, and vote to pass this amendment. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Legal question. So the word in this amendment is discriminate. And I know I had a conversation with legal about discriminate versus deny. Public schools, private schools are allowed to deny now. The word discriminate is used in here. No school is allowed to discriminate. So can you speak to what the word discriminate would do to the actual overall intent of the legislation? And more importantly, based on being in a district with many private schools, how would the word discriminate in this piece of legislation legally impact private schools if this were to go on and the bill passes?
Leader Lambert.
But I mean, that's the crux of the issue, is that I haven't looked at the case law for this particular. This obviously wasn't in the legislation as I presented it, and as it moved through the committee and everything else. It is the issue with bringing an amendment on the floor, as the sponsor has already conceded. I mean, it's tough to add amendments on the floor because you don't have that full committee process to vet that out. I have stated that I believe that our public schools do a phenomenal job because they know what students need exactly, and they're designed around a multitude of different special education scenarios. So all of our public schools, we have voted to add in $3.8 billion new dollars over the last decade, and much of that will go, especially through the TISA formula, to special education funding. This is a base level scholarship. So none of those levers that we put in for TISA increase the amount of funding that would go to a private school in a scholarship to be able to take care of any particular special needs. They've got to eat that cost. And that's fine. I mean, but for public schools, we provide that cost increase. Now, this amendment obviously does not increase the amount of money for the scholarship for any of those particular needs. So the evaluation that a parent has under the bill unamended would be, does that private school, do they already have the resources to be able to take care of whatever physical or mental disability that occurs and is there? What the concern would potentially be is I just don't know what the legal ramifications of that would be, because I just want these children, and I know the sponsor of the amendment wants these children to be cared for in the best possible scenario that they can be. And putting a section in there like this that says, notwithstanding subsection B, a private school shall not discriminate against a student participating in the program based on the student's disability. That can be interpreted by a court in a variety of different ways. It's a very simple sentence, but it goes into an entire list of case law that I've not had the opportunity, and I'm never going to stand in this well and give an opinion on something that I have always endeavored to give a 100% accurate answer when asked questions like that. I can't tell you in this circumstance exactly what the legal ramifications of this amendment are, and that makes me nervous because I want these kids cared for well, get a great education, just as the sponsor of the amendment I know cares. I know him. I know he cares, and that is his intent. I just worry about the unintended consequences.
Deputy Speaker Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently today, a private school is not allowed to discriminate against a student based on their disability, correct?
Leader Lambert.
If they accept that child into their school, that is absolutely correct. They are bound by federal law.
Representative Pierce.
Passed.
Representative Sapicki.
Hey, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment should have been filed in committee so we would have had proper time to vet this on whether or not it was going to make a difference. Now, we've talked about current federal law in regards to special needs students. Currently, a student that is attending a public school who is deemed under IDEA receives educational supports that are paid for by the federal government. In the proposal you have before you, if this student wishes to participate in this program and go to a private school, they have to make sure under federal law that this private school has the capacity to educate these students. If the private school does have the ability to educate these students, they have to sign an acceptance waiver taking responsibility for that student and relieving the public school of their obligation for that student. I agree with Leader Lambert on this. This is something we need to proceed cautiously on. I know the heart of the sponsor of this amendment, but unless we have clear vetting of this amendment, I do not know how this is going to affect the rest of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Slater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I voted against the tabling of this motion, but in just a minute, I'm going to vote against this amendment. And the reason that I voted against the tabling of this motion is so that we can take a look what will happen in a practical scenario as it relates to basically forcing a private school to accept a student with disabilities. Let me give you a real life story. This is not hypothetical. Young girl I've known since she was 3 years old. She was born blind. Parents loved the private school that I headed. They chose for her the Tennessee School for the Blind. The TSB did an excellent job of providing an education, but every single year, the parents of this student with disabilities asked me to go with them to the TSB and sit in on the IEP meeting. And the purpose of that was because those parents would have liked for her to attend the school, the private school that I headed. So every year I went, and what I was trying to determine was this: whether or not my private school could provide adequately for this student with disabilities. And every year, after sitting in the IEP meeting, and on some occasions, with the mom in tears, I said, no, we just are not able to do that. There's been talk about the mandatory nature of federal requirements for students with disabilities. That's a legal question. I can say this, that federal funds would not follow that student from their school, their public school, into my private school or any private school. So it's important for us to recognize we would actually be putting in jeopardy students with disabilities if we put into this bill anything that requires private schools to accept every student with disabilities. There are some private schools, it's already been stated, there are some private schools that they are equipped to work with students and to meet the educational needs of students with disabilities. There are others that, quite frankly, are not. It's already been mentioned that there are degrees of disability as well. Some can take care of minor disabilities, and others may not. It's been stated as well that the public school system does a great job of working with students with disabilities, and that's a true statement. Why is that? Because there are federal funds that go directly to those public schools specifically for students with disabilities. In fact, our TISA formula itself increases the amount of state funds that go to that school as well. I have to vote against this amendment respectfully, because I fear that we will put in jeopardy students with disabilities. It's an untenable situation. The language of the current bill is clear. Unfortunately, the language of this amendment may jeopardize students with disabilities, and for that reason, I must vote against this amendment.
Representative Hurd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate you letting me speak back and forth on this. I do. I want to go back to what was mentioned earlier. Members, we should have no problem with the word discriminate being put in a bill to protect students with special needs. I will stand firm on that. I don't think it jeopardizes the bill. I think it only strengthens the opportunities for these students to be admitted. And to the chairman in front of me that just finished, I appreciate your vote and to give us the opportunity to have this discussion. This is a great discussion. This is the way it should be. And I respect your vote against it. But that is the choice that this bill looks to provide. Allow that parent to have the conversation with that principal or that administrator on what is best for their special needs student. All this does, again, is strengthens their opportunity to be admitted. If the parent chooses to go to a private school and the private school tells them we can't provide it, That's the choice we're looking for. That's a great conversation for that parent to have. If they don't have the opportunity, they never get those good conversations. I'm just trying to strengthen the opportunity. I don't think that this harms the bill in any way, and our disability community and the folks that represent them think it only provides strength for them. Again, thank you all for letting us have this conversation. I have faith in your vote, and I'll sit down and be quiet. I've said all I can. I say the same thing. We are only providing strength and giving the parents of these special students the same choice that we are looking, or you guys are looking to provide to the other students that participate in this program or pursue participation in this program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I deeply appreciate your fervor and your enthusiasm to try to assist in this particular aspect of this legislation. And I mean that. And I know where your heart is in this. It's the same place as mine and everybody else in this room. I know that. My worry is with this language, and I get it, it's a short sentence, but lawyers in courts fight for years over short sentences just like this. We've fought for a couple hundred years over a very small Bill of Rights, and every single one of those winds up with decades-long battles many times. My concern at this point, and I've tried to talk to legal on this and get at least multiple different legal opinions on what this language would do. What the chairman said earlier about the back and forth between a school and a parent about their child on what needs would be available within a private school. My worry by saying just blanket, they cannot discriminate in any way against a student participating in the program based on the student's disability, I'm worried that it will not allow them to even ask. Because if they ask and the answer is, I'm sorry, we're one school, there's a school system here that has, remember, we spend about $7 billion a year on K through 12 education. That's a good thing. It's a good thing. We will spend more this year. But just as was said, even in the TISA formula, we recognize at the state level that specifically for severely disabled children, they deserve an education as well. They deserve all the love and support and resources that we can give them. That they may not be able to go and fly as high as some of these other students can academically, but they should get the best benefit that they can possibly get. I am concerned that a school would not even be able to ask what disabilities they have. And then they have no idea whether they can actually provide for them. That's my concern. I honestly think that everybody's intention is good on this, but without knowing the legal ramifications of it, I do not want to do harm where we intend to do good. And I will remain a no, but again, to the sponsor of the amendment, I know what you want to do, and it is a good thing. I just worry that this is not the best way to do it.
Representative Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Leader, I have a question for you. If we were to vote down this amendment and indeed pass the bill, and the representative who brought the amendment was to provide a bill in a committee next week or the next week and go through the process, and some legislation was passed by this body, vetted through the committee system, would it impact practically the commencement of this bill as it's stated? Would it be too late, I guess is my question, if we were to take this aspect that I think is worthy? That's my question, Leader.
Leader Lambert.
That is an excellent question and point, and no, it would not. I mean, so we are obviously in a special session now, and this issue and several others were asked by the governor to come back into the special session and discuss these very timely issues. This entire program can be developed and be ready for this fall for these 20,000 scholarships. And this issue, if it were to go through the regular session and go through the committees, usually we are out of here by sometime in late April, early May. That is ample time for them to implement something like this that has gone through the full process and may very well be an extremely good way to deal with this. And it may turn out that it's a good idea, that there is a way to do this well. But to do it on the fly like this, again, my concern is we would get it wrong. And so, but yes, there is ample time in the regular session to address something like this in a separate bill. And anything that we pass in regular session that affects any of the codes that we are changing right now would supersede what we are doing right now in special session, any of the bills.
Representative Martin.
Thank you, Leader. And I too voted to not table the bill, but I will not be voting for the amendment today because I know from what you said that we will have the opportunity to look at this and perhaps enhance this legislation as we go through the regular session. So I appreciate the amendment. I appreciate the explanation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, later on today in this debate, when we get on the regular bill, Lord willing, I'm going to speak to some of the concerns that have been brought up here this morning in regards to this. But Leader, if we've got a bill, or excuse me, if we've got a school in our state that may specialize in autism, with this amendment, if an individual goes and applies to that school that may not have autism but has Down syndrome, they're not going to be able to properly accommodate and educate that child, which could in return have that school being sued into oblivion because those specific needs cannot be met for this child. And so that's something that we need to consider. And I too also voted not to table this amendment because I felt that this conversation was imperative that we had that this morning. Because we have received numerous calls. We've had questions from our friends and neighbors that have children with disabilities, that have unique and special needs that need to be addressed, that are interested in this proposed program that we're going to be discussing later today. And so, and again, I hope to address some of these concerns later on with something that we did back in the 111th General Assembly. But I just wanted to put that out there, that is something that we need to consider. I certainly do appreciate, excuse me, the sponsor of this amendment, because I've had the pleasure of serving with him for the last 6 years. Outstanding fella, great heart. We're all trying to do what's best for each and every student of this state, no matter what their unique abilities or whatever they may have going on in their life. We want to make sure that we are ensuring the best possible avenue for success for every child in this state. And so with that, I will be voting against this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question can call. Any objection? He called it. No objection. We're voting. All those in favor of adopting amendment number 22, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 37, 54 nays, 5 present, not voted.
Amendment number 22 failed. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to House Education Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Spicky, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, roll to the heel of the amendments.
Without objection, roll to the hill. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 23 by Representative Pearson, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Hey, Leader, I think that would be you. I think you. Leader Lamberth. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary inquiry was about the order that the amendments are being taken up. At the time, Chairman Sapicki rolled Amendment 1 to the heel. That was the heel of the amendments. And since that time, there have been more amendments filed, and Chairman Sapicki moved that amendment to the heel again. So the House is ready to take up Amendment 23 by Representative Pearson. Mr. Speaker, it was not timely filed. Mr. Speaker, Amendment 23, after conferring with counsel, Amendment 23 has been deemed to be outside the scope of the call that the governor issued.
23 is out of order. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 24 by Representative Pearson. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker, and to Representative Hurt. Really sorry to see how that happened. I don't get surprised often, but that was surprising that we didn't add that on. I am opposed to this bill, this voucher bill in its entirety. It's so problematic. But this amendment would allow for more of the academic performance and progress of the recipients of the vouchers to actually be more public. We know that the academic performance of all of our public schools is something that is consistently and continuously scrutinized by this body and others. And if someone or an entity is going to receive public dollars, they need to have the same academic performances and progress being tracked in a way that we, not only as legislators, but the public might also be able to hold them accountable. And I hear people saying parents are going to hold the schools accountable. We as elected officials and as a community need to hold private schools accountable who have public dollars. And so with that, I move for consideration.
You've heard the motion, properly seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 24. All those in favor of considering amendment number 24, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, as any members change their vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 22, 74 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider number 24 fails. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
Amendment 25 by Representative Pearson. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Pearson, you recognize.
Thank you, Speaker. The way that this legislation is written, 10,000 of these scholarships are supposed to go to people who have an income of 300% of less of the federal poverty rate. But the other 10,000 do not have a specific income requirement, which means that millionaires and billionaires who are sending their kids to private schools will be getting a ripped off rebate from the public schools and from all of us who are paying into the school system just so they can get a $7,000 write-off on our backs. That's not fair. That is not right. That is not just. And this legislation is using and dangling low-income people and people of color and people who don't have access to the resources that they need due to racist redlining policies and the like, saying this is going to benefit them when in fact millionaires and billionaires will have access to 10,000 of these scholarships. So this makes it so that only people making $30,000 or less have. So I move for consideration.
You heard the motion, properly seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 25. All those in favor of considering amendment number 25, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, as any member has changed their vote. Chaplain, no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 23, 76 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 25 fails. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
Amendment 26 by Representative Pearson. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Pearson, you recognize.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to continue to fight for our public schools because public school teachers and public school students are worth us fighting for. One of the other issues of this legislation is that we're allowing private schools off the hook for making sure that they comply with the same reporting requirements established by the State Board of Education for K-12 public schools. In fact, in the legislation as is currently written, we say that private schools get to retain all of their autonomy, even though they are getting public dollars. We are removing our ability to truly hold them accountable by ensuring that they comply with the same reporting of all other K-12 public schools in this state. We will ensure there is more accountability and ensure that we have the ability to stop money from going to schools that should not have them. But it is not right for us to take public dollars, put it in the hands of private schools, and then let them to do whatever they want with it. That's wrong. And so I move for consideration of this amendment.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 26. All those in favor of considering amendment number 26, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 74 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, to consider amendment number 26 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 27 by Representative Pearson, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Pearson, you recognize.
Thank you, Speaker. We have a responsibility to be judicious with the resources that we have by giving handouts to the wealthiest Tennesseans so that they can continue to subsidize the private schools that are suffering in our state is a disservice to all of the public schools that are in our districts. No leadership in any part of the county that I am representing has said that they want for this voucher bill to pass. We have a responsibility to listen to the parents, to the teachers, to the families that are consistently asking for us to invest in public education, give more resources to public education, and to ensure that all students are given access to what they need to be successful. This bill does not do this. This is horrible that we are doing this to public education. That's why I move for consideration.
You've heard the motion, properly seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 27. All those in favor of considering amendment number 27, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 21, 77 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 27 failed. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 1 by House Education Committee, amendment number 1, excuse me.
Mr. Clerk.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. We have amendment 27 by Representative Jones, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Jones, you recognize.
Thank you, colleagues. Republican leadership is offering our hardworking Tennessee teachers who make an average of $3,523 a month a one-time $2,000 bonus. And this amendment seeks to make that $2,000 a permanent monthly salary increase. Again, our Tennessee teachers make on average $3,523 a month. I want to put that in perspective for you. Our unqualified Tennessee Commissioner of Education makes $22,528 a month. She didn't even come testify about this bill and will be overseeing this program. The Speaker's Chief of Staff, Kevin Johnson, makes $19,366 a month, paid for by taxpayers to help defund and degrade our public schools. And again, our teachers make $3,523 a month. That is immoral, it's economically indefensible, and it's insane. And so this amendment seeks to increase the pay of our teachers by $2,000 per month so that teachers would make on average, again, on average, they would make now $59,000 a year, which is a living salary for our teachers. Right now.
All right, that's the minute. You've heard the motion. Probably second. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 27. All those in favor of considering amendment number 27, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 73 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 27 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Now, Mr. Speaker, we're on Education Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Sapicki, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman Sapicki moves adoption of amendment number 1, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have amendment 1-1 by Representative Pearson. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Pearson, you recognize.
Thank you, Speaker. Again, this legislation is not good for our teachers. It is not good for our students. It's not good for our communities. And one of the things that this amendment that Representative Sapicki has brought forward does, in Section B, it says that teachers would only get the bonuses if the LEA passes a resolution in support of these voucher scam education scholarships. So in the initial legislation, all teachers would have been receiving a bonus, but in this amendment, only the teachers who are in a LEA who says that they want to hurt their public schools would be allowed to receive the $2,000 bonus. And you can go to Section 4, subsection B to see this. That is not what our teachers deserve. My mom's been a teacher for over 20 years. Our teachers deserve the bonuses because they do the hard work every single day in our classrooms in order to educate our children and our nephews and our community. That's why I ask for your consideration for this motion.
For the motion, probably seconded, we're voting for consideration of amendment 1-1. All those in favor of considering amendment 1-1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 23, 75 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 1-1 fails. Chairman Sapicki moved adoption. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have amendment 2 to amendment 1. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Pearson, you recognize.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, if you go to 49-6-3507 of this amendment, go to Section C. Each private school shall provide the results of the test administered to recipients pursuant to this section to the Office of Research and Education Accountability in the Office of the Comptroller of the Treasury. But here is the problem. A private school may provide the test results required pursuant to this section. This legislation quite simply changes that to say a private school shall provide, because believe it or not, I believe that if the schools have an option not to provide results for us to hold them accountable, many of them may not do so. And so by making this language more clear, we again are holding them accountable as the people who are advocating for public dollars to go to private schools. And so this changes the language simply from may to shall so that we can ensure accountability. With that, I move for consideration.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting on consideration of amendment 1-2. Correct, Mr. Clerk? 2-1. Sorry, we're voting on consideration of amendment 2-1. All those in favor of considering amendment 2-1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 22, 74 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion considered 2-1 amendment fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, amendment 3 to amendment 1 by Representative Pearson. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Pearson, you recognize.
Thank you, Speaker. If you go to 49-6-3507 of this legislation and you go to Section 1, you will see that in order to assess academic performance, the department shall annually select a statistical sample of recipients. Instead of a statistical sample, we should see the results of all recipients of these vouchers. By choosing just a statistical sample, they can cherry pick the students who may be doing the best in the schools and use that as the reason why these vouchers are working. We have a responsibility to ensure accountability, clarity, and fairness, just as we do for public schools. And if they are going to receive public dollars that we are paying for, that families who send their kids to public schools are paying for, we deserve to have accountability, and we deserve to see how all recipients are doing, not just a few cherry-picked students. And so with that, I move for consideration.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of Amendment 3 to 1. All those in favor of considering Amendment 3 to 1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 21, 74 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider Amendment 3 to 1 fails. Chairman speaking, move to adoption of Amendment number 1 is probably seconded. All those in favor of Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt it. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Leader Lambert, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So after all of that, I want to just kind of recenter us back on what the bill is now as amended. So we, over the last decade, have put $3.8 billion into K through 12 public education in this state. That's a phenomenal thing. We put over $1 billion into teacher pay, increased teacher pay. Now, I will tell you what has been disturbing to me, because I have several family members that are teachers and my babies are in public school, is that when we put money in for teacher raises, we don't even say what percentage anymore, because if we pass a 5% raise here on this floor, by the time it goes to the county commission and to the school board, it sometimes is down to 0% or 2% or 1% or 3%, but it's never 5%. So one of the things that's in this bill, and I think this is really important, is there's a bonus for our teachers. Now, Governor Bredesen back in the day, and I will drop that name, several times fought for bonuses for teachers, because it's a guaranteed way that you can get money into a teacher's pocket. And even though we allow that to go through the school board, and that's all Section 4 does, is the school board has to agree to process that payment. They have to agree to vote to process the payment to our teachers. Otherwise, you'd have 86,000 teachers plus that would have to get an Edison password and log into the system to be able to get the $2,000 bonus. So I know Facebook rumors are a whole lot of fun, and I've seen a couple of them out there over the last couple of days, but Section 4, again, we are asking the local school boards to pass a resolution that they will take $2,000, $198 million from the general fund at the state level, and they will pass that directly through as $2,000. No processing costs, no diminishment at all. It's a $2,000 bonus that goes straight to our teachers. And yes, that is included as income. It won't go toward the retirement because it's not a raise. But guess what we're going to do in the regular session? We're going to give them a raise too. Our teachers have been busting their tail out there for our kids. They deserve a bonus and a raise. On top of that, by next year, we're going to raise starting teacher pay up to $50,000. That's the least that we can do. It should be more than that. So that's one of the things this bill does. It also takes 80% of the sports wagering money. Y'all have heard me talk about that before. You know what I feel about gambling. I'm not going to bore you with that. But it is exactly how George Washington felt about it, just for what it's worth. So that gambling money comes in, and we're going to take 80% of that and put it toward facilities in our public schools. That is critical to our at-risk and our distressed counties. It will help remarkably in our fast-growing districts. And for those districts that are simply excellent, that have more than 50% of their schools that are A or above, we're going to invest in their facilities because they're doing a really good job. So beyond that, we've talked a lot about the 20,000 scholarships. Now, let me help put that in perspective for a moment. That's $148 million that's coming from the general fund. Not one red cent will now or ever come from public schools for those 20,000 scholarships, period. This bill is structured in a way that if any school in this state loses any number of children, either for scholarships or for any reason for disenrollment, if that dips them down below where their TISA funding was the year before, then they are made whole. And here's the analysis I've given on that in committee. If, say, in year one, they had 100 students and got $1 a child. Now, the TISA formula obviously has many levers, but for simple math, let's leave it at this. If you had 100 students in a school system and got $1 a child, in year two, if you had 90 students in that school, you'd get $100 still. In year three, if the number went up to 110, it's $110. In year four, if it dipped back down to 90, it's $110. Let that sink in for a moment. We are saying this is a new day in public education in this state. We will never go backwards in funding them for public education. We will only move forward and upward. And I can say that because the best predictor of future behavior is past performance. Over the last decade, despite the no vote of several members of this body, the majority of the votes for the budgets passed over the last decade have been to increase public school funding by $3.8 billion. I have pulled every county in this state, and most of those counties, it's almost doubled the amount of state money that has gone into those schools. Again, teacher pay, bus driver pay, lunch lady and gentleman pay, custodian pay, all that has gone in so that it has drastically increased the amount of funding going into public education. I would hope each and every member on this floor that would be for that. At the very last, I do want to say that there, as part of this bill, as amended through the committee, there is nationally normed tests that these schools will have to take that take the 20,000 scholarships. Now, mind you, there's about 960,000 students in public schools in this state, about 75,000 in private schools, and 30,000 plus on homeschooling. So well over 1.1 million students in this state.
All right, so this is our new debate process on this bill. Leader Camper, you're recognized to give time to your first person, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 4.5 minutes to Representative McKenzie.
4.5 minutes, Representative McKenzie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this bill is improperly named. It's a slight change, but it's a real change. The students and the parents don't have a choice. It is not school choice. It's the school's choice. And I'm going to lay out why. Please listen to these numbers carefully because they apply whether you're in Knox County. I'm going to use a Knox County example, but it doesn't matter whether you're in Hamlin, Union, Granger. It does not matter. They apply to you. And these are very conservative numbers. When you look at the average cost of a family of four, if you add up their rent costs, mortgage, utilities, the clothing, school supplies, it's roughly $41,000. The average income in Knox County, the median family income is $50,994. University of Tennessee goes to $51,000, and then as low as $44,000 for the city of Knoxville, city employee. That's from the median. That's a gap. So after they pay all that, they have $9,976 to spend. Christmas, birthdays, whatever, but roughly $10,000. This $7,075, you can't get there from here, ladies and gentlemen. When you look at what it costs to go to schools in Knox County, the Knox County schools, on average, you're going to have to spend $7,000 to supplement this school voucher. Of your $10,000 of free income, you're going to have to spend $7,000 on this school voucher. Then after you spend the $7,000, you have to get that student to school because you work. You and your spouse work. That median income is for a family of four. You have to give something to the kid that might be in public school or is pre-K. This is not a school choice. And I picked these numbers from a school in my district who's doing better. They are doing better. But the state gave them an F. So this is not choice. This is not a scholarship. I had brothers that got a scholarship to play football at UT. This ain't that. This doesn't cover it. This goes nowhere. So again, I don't know why this keeps coming before us, but this is a bad bill and it's not enough. You're not doing anything. And I have a deeply urban example. The deeply rural examples are even worse. The transportation is horrific. So what are you going to get? You're not going to get an adequate life. You're not going to be able to provide for that child. That money could easily go into our public school system to make them great. We can go from okay to good to great if we start investing these kind of funds on top of. When you look at, you hear these billions of dollars over these years, but what you're failing to realize, or some people are failing to realize, we're not moving the needle. We're not keeping up. Keep going back to that egg, the price of eggs example. That's where we are. So again, this is not school choice. This is the school's choice. Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
Mr. Clerk, he gives back 31 seconds. Leader Camper, who's next?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4.5 minutes to Representative Towns.
Representative Towns, you're recognized for 4.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, and members of this, I'd like to say august body, you know, most of us have been to college, have been to school where we learned some things about history of our country. And I'm forced to think about Brown versus the Board of Education of Topeka, Kansas, 1954. Now, that's real American history, and you got to understand what that U.S. Supreme Court case sought to deal with. And that was our school systems that were unequal, unfair, inept because of discrimination and money that was being spent on one system versus the other system. One system was a Pinto system. A lot of you guys are old enough to know what a Pinto is. That's a little old bitty car that you can't put but maybe two people in, and the other system was a Cadillac system. Had all the bells and whistles. Now, there's some of us in here can remember getting books from other schools with other kids' names in them. They were always late and behind. These books were behind going to some of the schools during that time. The U.S. Supreme Court opined that that was not right. We shouldn't have two systems in this country. Money creates tears, okay? There's no way around it. Money will always create tears. And in those creations of tears, what you're going to do, you're going to damage this country. You're going to damage America. You're going to damage the country. You're going to damage America because we cannot afford to have so many kids in the Pinto system. We can't compete like that. There's no way we can compete today with the Pinto system. It's just not going to work. Our kids, our country will be behind. That impacts everything that we decide to do. Crime, that impacts our housing market, our housing stocks and stability. That impacts everything what we do. I would venture to say that every man and woman on this floor would not be on this floor if you didn't have a decent education. You got to have some education. And we as fathers, state fathers, should ensure that all our children get it. But we have a mindset. See, the rich man, everybody wants to be tight with the rich man. The poor sapsucker can't get a dime. Everybody wants to give the rich man something, but we don't care anything about poor people. That's a part of our problem as a country and human beings. If this bill passes, the poor guy, the average citizen, will never be able to afford private schools. How can they go? If he gets $7,000 and the school costs $40,000 or $30,000, where's the gap going to be bridged from? It ain't going to happen, people. Therein lies where you're creating two systems. They'll never get the money. It's out there, but they can't bridge the gap. They don't have the money. You can't borrow it. You don't have an opportunity to add it. So you're going to kill the country long-termly by having a population of too many people that are inept and they can't get it. That's not good for America. You're cutting our nose to spite our face. It's not good. We need to rethink this policy and figure out how we can help as state fathers all of our children. You want all of your children to be properly and adequately educated. And why do I need to help a guy that's already loaded? Everybody wants to pick on the small guy, the little guy. Everybody wants to throw a brick in his window. Why do we constantly pick on the poor, the weak, the infirm, the elderly? That is certainly not Christian. It's not right to do it. And when you take the money away, you take the mother's milk away from the system. We must have the right kind of resources, and the system is already underfunded. Look in your hearts and rethink this bill, because at some point, the chickens come home to roost, and that does not look good for our country. Does not look good for Tennessee, having that many uneducated people because of the Cadillac versus the Pinto.
Leader Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield 4.5 minutes to Representative Mitchell.
Representative Mitchell, you're recognized for 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're going to give vouchers to people who make an income of over $173,000. So you understand who's going to be eligible for that. That's 84% of all Tennessee families make that or less. So the wealthiest people are going to be getting these vouchers. This is like one of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle told me, he said, this is reverse Robin Hood. We're going to steal from the poor inner city schools and we're going to give it to the rich folks so they can keep going to the private schools that they're already going to. You know, our own fiscal note says that at least 65% of these vouchers are going to be going to kids that are already in private school. Well, studies show from the 8 states and the District of Columbia that are currently doing this, that it's really 75% of the kids are already in private school. So, you know, I've been attacked over the years saying I didn't want to help that poor inner city kid get out of that failing school. That's a joke. That's been the line of these people pushing these vouchers. They have no intention of helping that kid in a failing school. They have no intention of helping that inner city kid get a chance. You know, in Nashville, Tennessee, the average private school costs over $16,000. We're going to give that kid $7,000? Where's he going to get the other $9,000? How's he going to get to school? When he does get to school, that $16,000 doesn't include the books, the fees. How about lunch? What's he going to eat? And private school lunch is a little bit more expensive than public school lunch. The economics of this does not work. You are not taking care of your public school students. It's going to come home to roost. They're going to hold you harmless in year 1 to buy your vote. Year 2, they're going to see it's getting tight. Year 3, your counties are on their own. They're going to be looking for a property tax increase. And any of you that have a city school system, just go ahead and just count the days down, start exiting the days off on the calendar, because they're going under. These little small city school systems, you are going to kill them. If you have a city school system in your district, you are killing it. It's going under. But again, on the economics of it, you know, maybe if we do send these vouchers to the private schools in our district, you know, they'll spend the money in the community, and at least some of the sales tax dollars will come back to the community. Now, I looked on the list of who's getting vouchers. Here we go. We got Genesis Virtual Academy in Minnesota. We got Zohar Islamic Academy in Georgia online. We got the Enlightenum Academy in the state of Washington. We're going to send money to. We've got Wonder Ed in Florida. we're going to send money to. So we're not even spending money in Tennessee. It's homeschoolers that are going to be getting these vouchers.
Well, there we go. Leader Kemper, you're recognized for the next person.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4.5 minutes to Representative Glenn.
Representing Glenn, you're recognized for 4.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I just want to take a moment to walk you through my journey as a rural school graduate. I had the pleasure of serving with one of your colleagues from Lauderdale County. As many of you know, we went to school together, we played football together, we played baseball together. But I will tell you that our paths were a little bit different. Now, I'm not knocking his past, but I'm gonna tell you about mine. I grew up very poor. There were many days when I didn't know where the next meal was gonna come from. My parents, I watched my mother cry at the table because she didn't know what she was gonna feed us. I had to walk up a hill to get a chicken from the neighbors just so we would have something to eat. That's the life of rural Tennessee. I know because I lived it. But when I went to school, one thing I did know is that I was gonna get a meal. I was gonna have teachers who cared for me, and they weren't there for the money. They were there because they wanted to make a difference. And they made a difference in my life. I had coaches who would come pick me up just so we could play sports. Why? Because they knew my parents couldn't afford to take me to the games. They knew that my parents couldn't afford to take me to practice. So those coaches would come get us. That was my life as rural. And for many of you, you know that. You know that many of the kids in your districts are not well off. And many of you have probably done the same thing. But I graduated, I went on to the Army, served 23 years honorably, retired as a master sergeant with my bachelor's degree in business. And then I went on to own a couple of businesses, rental property. And now I stand here as a state representative, all part of a public school. So what I'm telling you is, when we start to take from public schools, we're hurting our kids. We're hurting our lower income kids. They will not prosper from this legislation. We know that. They cannot afford it. If it was around when I was a kid, my parents would have never been able to take me to private institutions. And many of you know that. And so I tell you all this because this is something that I've learned in the last few days. Sometimes man-made law conflicts with our moral law. And if you have moral laws, which I know you do because you have guiding principles and values that guide you. There were 3 people in the Bible who said they didn't take their vertebrae out so they could fit in the closet of the king and bow down. And then with Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, they stood on morals. They stood on a moral law that they would not bow down. So I say to you all, you know this is wrong. You know you cannot take money from private institutions and give it to the wealthy. Many of your kids in rural Tennessee will suffer, will never see the inside of a private institution. Do not sacrifice your moral law for a man-made law. I'm asking you not to do that. Moral laws will win every time. Man-made laws will go away, but your morals will stay. It is wrong to take from lower income kids. It is wrong to take taxpayers' money and give to the rich. It is wrong to have a two-tier system. It is wrong, folks. And I'm asking you to vote this bill down because you have to stand on moral laws. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We yield back the 19 seconds on the clock back to Leader Kemper. Leader Kemper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 4.5 minutes to Representative Parkinson.
Representative Parkinson, you're recognized for 4.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to talk to the members. Members, if you will, just give me a few minutes. Some of your counties are going to be mentioned in what I have to say. Every dollar counts. Only 66 counties have private schools. Excuse me. Thank you. Only 66 counties have private schools. The fiscal note says that 12 counties will receive the majority of the vouchers offered. 65% of the private school students will receive this entitlement. National data shows that 25% of the new students end up going back to public schools. Here are the counties, and please, if you will, listen up. Here are the counties with no private schools in Tennessee: Bledsoe County, Carroll County, Chester County, Clay County, Cock, Coffee, Gibson, Granger, Hancock, Hardeman, Hawkins, Haywood, Houston County, Jackson, Johnson, Lake, Lewis County, Monroe, Moore, Obion, Overton, Pickett, Polk, Scott, Smith, Stewart, Trousdale, Unicoi, Union, and Van Buren. This is what that means. This is what it means to your constituents. When they extract these students from these counties, the parents and their money that the parents pour into your local economy goes with them. So if you don't have private schools in these counties that were listed, when the parents go to other counties where there are private schools to take their students, the money goes with them. Let me give you an example of that. When parents take their kids to school, sometimes they'll get gas, sometimes they'll pick up lunch, sometimes they'll get snacks, sometimes they'll grab breakfast. That money is going to where the private school is, outside of those counties that were listed. It costs between $15,000 and $25,000 per year to send a child to private school in Tennessee. How many of your average citizens in these counties can say they can do that? Well, that's $8,000 to $18,000 more dollars pulled out of your county and taken somewhere else. Think about that. Think about that right there. It costs $8,000 to $18,000 for these individuals to add to this voucher, but they are going to be adding it in a different county when that money could have been going back into your county economy for those individuals that's listed there. And think about this. Here's the last thing I want to leave with you. For many of you, your counties, the county high school is the economic driver in your county. Many of those counties that I listed, the schools are the economic driver in your county. Think about that. And in some of these counties, the school system is the biggest employer in your county. Think about that. Traditions and memories. Many of you are tied to the traditions of your schools that they provided. Many of you have beautiful memories in those schools. But when you deplete the schools, you also deplete the traditions, you deplete the memories for your children and your grandchildren. Those very memories, that first date, the football game where you played the rival county and you won. Think about and remember how that felt when you were jumping up and down on that field, celebrating that victory. When your school goes, those memories go and those traditions go for your children also. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4.5 minutes to Representative Johnson.
Representative Johnson, you're recognized for 4.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate earlier the amendment on kids with disabilities, with special ed kids, because it's so important. can you give me some water? Sorry, I'm losing my voice. A special ed student, a school could have anywhere from 12 or 13% special ed students to a little over 20% special ed. So that's a very large chunk of the population of our kids that will not have the same opportunity for choice. We've already heard from one representative today about how most private schools just are not able to accommodate a lot of these special needs kids. So everyone's parent is not going to have a choice. We should not be sending public tax dollars to schools that don't take every child or, as this body just voted, can discriminate against a disabled child. That is the reality. And so if a special ed student is accepted by one of these schools, they do not have to provide any of those services. They might work with the public school system on these incredibly expensive services. All the money for that child will go to the private school, but the burden of paying for those extremely expensive services is on the public school. I taught special education for 27 years. In high school, I worked predominantly with emotionally disturbed, behavior disorder kiddos. The graduation rate in my class was 95%. My graduation in my class of special ed students was higher. My rate was higher than the entire school itself, because we provided the programs those kids needed to be successful. None of these programs, for the most part, are going to be provided by these schools. When the first voucher bill passed in 2019, I called every single private school on the list of those receiving vouchers. Less than a handful provided some type of special services. None of them had certified folks in the specialty they were working in. None of them. They just had like a tutor for speech. That's not a speech therapist. That's not a physical therapist or an occupational therapist. These folks are expensive to employ, but that's what these kids need to be successful. But you're going to take the money from these kids and send all their money to the private school, but then expect the public to pay for these special services. And please do not forget our Constitution. I have great respect for Tennessee's Constitution that says the General Assembly shall provide for the maintenance, support, and eligibility standards of a system of free public schools. Free public schools that take every single child, that do not leave our special ed students out in the cold with less services because there's no money left. We're paying for two ed.
Thank you. Leader Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to Representative Powell.
I'm sorry, Representative
Powell.
Powell? Representative Powell, 30 seconds.
Thank you, sorry.
Thank you. Members, my side has spoken very eloquently on this, but I must say, I'm really looking forward to hearing from the Republican side when they speak eloquently against this. So I hope equal opportunity is given on both parties to the way for people to express how they feel about this, because those voices are very important, and I very much look forward to hearing from the Republicans who oppose vouchers. Thank you.
Leader Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 4.5 minutes to Representative Hemmer.
Representative Henry, you're recognized for 4 minutes. I believe that's what you said, Leader Camper. Leader Camper, 4 minutes. 4.5. All right, Representative Henry, you're recognized for 4.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Most of y'all know me as pretty even-keeled guy, and this bill's got me a little fired up. I don't know if my seatmate's starting to share his bad habits on me, or if this is just a single worst policy idea that's come through this General Assembly. But like any good scam, it looks good on its face, but once you start learning the details, it really does come into play. So one of the first things I did, I wasn't here the first time y'all passed vouchers in 2019. So I really wanted to do my own research. I really wanted to go talk to experts, talk to those with experience in this. And so that's what I did. First person I talked to was someone I've known for nearly 20 years, the school choice education policy expert, a real school choice education policy expert, not one that claims to be school choice and just in doing vouchers. And really the first thing I asked him was to kind of tell me more about this vouchers. Tell me more about what we should be doing. And his answer shocked me. Quite simply, he said, Caleb, we should be doing a lot of things for Tennessee's students in schools. Vouchers are absolutely the last thing we should be doing, the end of the caboose. Next thing I did was go and speak with Dr. Josh Cowan, the leading education researcher for vouchers. He was actually a voucher supporter originally. Brought him to Tennessee, was able to speak with him at our town hall. Brought him to the Capitol to speak to media. And one of the things he came out and talked to me about was really warning the dangers of vouchers. Most interesting, he said, the newer the voucher program, the worse the results. There hadn't been a good voucher study that has come out in nearly 15, 20 years. About the impact, one thing he said, it was the impact of accepting vouchers on math scores in these voucher programs in Louisiana is the study. Rivals or even exceeds the learning loss caused by Hurricane Katrina or even the COVID-19 pandemic. Next thing I did was met recently with an Iowa legislator I know. I want to know, hey, how are vouchers working in your state? It was scary. She's telling us about the closed public schools in rural areas, the over 25% an increase in their private school tuitions that it took vouchers. Talked about the busted budgets, mostly talked about the regret that her fellow Republican rural colleagues had for implementing this bill because of the budget busting impact it's had on it. The next thing I did was reach out to an education researcher at a local university. I said, hey, me and another Republican member want to know about some non-biased research, some studies going around in other states about these voucher programs. Can you send me anything? Unfortunately, there wasn't anything good they could send me because, again, there wasn't any research supporting that. But what the data and research did show was in the other states, so long-term studies in Louisiana, Indiana, Ohio, and Washington, D.C., shown that those voucher students experienced significant declines in their performance. In North Carolina, had a study that showed that competition, which is what I hear is a lot of why you want this bill, is so there's no changes to the competitive landscape in the 10 years since they've had vouchers. This just came out last year. Mostly looked at the Tennessee pilot. Even the Tennessee pilot has not gone well in the counties it's had, with the education commissioner saying these aren't anything to write home about. You'll probably remember I sent you a voucher related letter before session, where I called vouchers the tapeworm for education budgets and for state budgets. And that's because looking at Arizona, 53% of all the new education money, 53%, over half of all the new education money is being spent on vouchers, which are only 8% of the students. But really, past performance is the best indicator for future success. Look at what other states have had happen. Wisconsin, 120% of our budget. Louisiana, 153%. Ohio, 400%. Florida, 500%. Indiana, 800%. Georgia, 891%. And Arizona, 1,300%. I don't know about you, but that doesn't sound good. I know a lot of you feel like you're getting walked off a plank by the governor and this misguided policy and beholden to the billionaire funders who are pushing these voucher schemes. But I urge you to follow your heart, vote no against this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 4.5 minutes to Representative Freeman.
Representative Freeman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to acknowledge that I truly believe that everybody in this room is trying to do what they think is best for the students of Tennessee. I disagree that this is the mechanism, but I truly believe and don't question your motives here. I'm not going to talk about why I think this is bad policy, even though I do. I'm not going to talk about why I think that we're spending 4 hours. I've been here for 6 years. We've been debating this for 6 years for 20,000 students, 2%, less than 2% of the students across our state. Instead of talking about how do we help the other 98%, nobody has explained to me yet how removing 20,000 students is going to help our education system. I know a lot of you were convinced by this hold harmless clause, that before you were afraid it was going to shut down your local school. I believe that it still will. If you look at the fiscal note, and this is coming from our own fiscal review, if you look at the fiscal note, it caps the proceeds coming back at $19,612,400 for 27-28 moving forward. Caps that revenue. We all know expenses rise. So year after year, the expenses rise, and that gap is going to grow. How are we going to close the gap? Well, we're going to have to come back and reset this hold harmless clause. One of the ways that we could do it is decide we're going to redo the TISA formula and push more of the expenses to the municipalities, which I believe is probably what will end up happening. How will that get paid for? Property tax increases. So right now, we have an opportunity to stop. We've been debating this for 6 years. We've come back up here in a week, and we're now going to be voting on a bill that's going to be $1 billion over the next 5 years, with the potential to force your municipality, your local community, to raise property taxes. There's no way, just think through it for a second. There is no way you've got a program that is going to increase by 5,000 students every year if you get within 75% of the capacity. There's no cap to how far it could grow. This same bill, different bill, same concept that we dealt with last year, again, the state's own fiscal review said it would bankrupt the state. The only difference here is that we've tied it to an increased revenue in gambling. So are we going to just start encouraging everybody to gamble more to cover the gap? I don't think that's what is best for Tennessee. I encourage those of you that are on the fence, that decided to change your vote because of the hold harmless, change it back. Vote against this. Let's continue to have a conversation about how we help all the students of Tennessee, not just less than 2%. I yield my time back.
Thank you. 39 seconds. Leader Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to claim 4.5 minutes of my time at this point.
For yourself?
Yes.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
For myself.
Leader Camper, you're recognized for 4.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want us to, for a moment, and stop to think about the impact this is going to have on the Hope Scholarship Fund. We know that net lottery proceeds goes to the Hope Scholarship. We also know that in this bill, about $70 million out of the sports wagering is going to go to the vouchers, which would normally be in the Hope Scholarship Fund. In I think it was 2015, Governor Haslam had a vision in a bipartisan way that we drive to 55. The 55% of the people in this state would have some post-secondary education by 2025. And a lot of people, our constituents, use those Hope Scholarship dollars to help get there. And now, the latest report shows that as of 2023, 40% of Tennesseans 25 plus years of age have at least an associate's degree. And 32% have a bachelor's. So we are still yet to get to 55% by 2025. Should we take this money out of the Hope Scholarship, it is going to have a direct impact on that. And just think about all of the talk about bringing Ford here and having an educated workforce, bringing Oracle here, having an educated workforce, even the AI facility in Shelby County. We have got to continue our mission set by Governor Haslam to have our people with more people with post-secondary education. We're on our way, but we're not there. If you look at what the State Funding Board estimated, that there would be a $22 million deficit in 2025 to the Hope Scholarship Fund and $21 million in 2026, 2027. And it's going to continue to go down because we are telling people to stop gambling. We are doing that. And so the vision was, okay, if that's going to go down, then we'll take the money from the sports betting to make up the difference. And now we're going to take that away. It's going to be a problem. So in future years, as we're trying to get to 55, those scholarships are going to go away. And we're going to be hearing from our own constituents, the people at church, the guy down the street, the neighbor around the corner, and our co-workers for our families, that our kids are not going to have access to these dollars. So, there was an amendment to try to take that out. It didn't work. I'm just letting you know that I want us to have more people to get these scholarships. I want us to meet the 55 by 2025. And if it's not by 2025, 2026, because I know the demand for higher education for all of these companies that we've worked aggressively to get to this state, we need an educated workforce. And that is going to help us to get there. But it's troubling that we're going to take these dollars that will continue to go up. It's $70 million this year. It'll be more year after year after year after year. And you'll see those scholarship dollars going down, 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 year after year. And our citizens are not going to have access to higher education as a result of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Leader Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of our time to Representative Clemens.
Mr. Clerk, how much time is that?
Mr. Speaker, the remaining time is 5 minutes, 29 seconds.
Representative Chairman Clemens, you're recognized for 5 minutes and 29 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, if I could please have your attention. Appreciate the attention you've given it to us thus far. And I'm the last speaker, so if you could just hold on for another 5 minutes, I'd appreciate it. This is not school choice. This is school's choice. As my colleagues have said today, Representative McKenzie said earlier, the schools have full power under this bill to decide who they want to accept and who they do not want to accept. And yes, just like my colleague across the aisle tried to prevent, they have the right to discriminate against individuals with special needs. In the language of this bill, the recipient does not retain the right to receive the special education and related services that they're receiving through their IEP. A school can choose not to accept a student for that reason and not provide those services. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll listen, I want to speak to my friends on the other side of the aisle. Make no mistake, this is welfare for the wealthy. Welfare for the wealthy. Your own fiscal note estimates that 65% of recipients are already in private school. That means there's only about 7,000 left under this bill for public school students. And if we look at the fact that only 50% are income capped, then there's really, theoretically, only 3,500 students who will benefit from this under that income cap of $173,000. So we're going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars, theoretically, to benefit 3,500 kids and give them choice statewide. My colleague has laid out the inherent failures of this bill. When a bill or a law tells you what its impact will be or will not be, believe it. Every state where vouchers has been enacted, it has failed. It has not resulted in increased or improved test scores. It has not resulted in better educational outcomes for students. But what it has done is created a gaping hole in every state budget where vouchers exist today. We are going to blow a hole in our state budget voluntarily to benefit a very few people and a whole lot of very wealthy people. As my leader just described, this threatens the fiscal integrity of the Hope Scholarship. Not only is this bill and the way it's designed threatening the opportunity promised by a fully funded public education system, and make no mistake, it is jeopardizing every one of your LEAs in every county, specifically the rural ones. We're also threatening the opportunity for children to obtain a higher education. Because as the leader described, when you take that money out of sports gambling, you can't fill in that deficit for the Hope Scholarship Fund and that reserve fund. The only option is to cut the value of Hope Scholarships and the bookend grants, like the Heroes Grant and others. Next, this hold harmless provision is a fiction. Now, what happens when you rush through rush a bill through 4 committees in less than 7 hours? There's a lot of misunderstanding. And sometimes there's some unintentional misrepresentations. And unfortunately, the most misunderstood part of this legislation that I've seen thus far is this hold harmless provision. Representative Freeman described the inherent problems of that hold harmless provision. But ladies and gentlemen, if you will take a look at your own fiscal note, you will see that the revenues to the local governments are capped in FY 27-28 and subsequent years. It says net up to $19.6 million. That means your funding is plateaued at that time. Plateaued. So if you're looking on the XY axis and that line's flat, but your costs are increasing, guess how you fill in that extra area? You either raise your property taxes or you start cutting. You cut high school football, you cut music arts education, you start cutting jobs. That's a real problem. And that is what is coming to your town soon. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to close by saying a no vote or a president not voting, a blue light today, doesn't mean you oppose this. Doesn't mean you're bucking your party. It means that you believe we need to have more conversation about this, or you oppose it. Let's take this up in the regular session if you wish. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, Leader Cochran, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Majority Caucus yields 7 minutes to Chairman Sapicki.
Chairman Sapicki, you recognized for 7 minutes.
School choice can lead to a better academic outcomes, increased graduation and college enrollment rates, and higher parental and student satisfaction. Florida school choice initiatives have been associated with several positive outcomes for both participating students and those remaining in public schools, and the key findings include: research indicates that increased competition from private school choice programs has led to academic gains in public schools. A comprehensive study analyzing data from 2003 to 2018 found that public school students exposed to greater private school competition experienced larger improvements in math and reading scores. These benefits were particularly significant for lower income students and became more pronounced as the choice program matured. The same study observed that in public schools facing higher levels of private school competition, they saw reductions in student absenteeism and suspension rates. These behavioral improvements suggest that the presence of school choice options may encourage public schools to implement strategies that promote better student engagement and conduct. Participation in Florida school choice program has been linked to higher rates of college enrollment among low-income students. A study by the Urban Institute found that students utilizing these scholarships were more likely to enroll in college compared to their peers who remained in traditional public schools. The introduction and expansion of private school choice programs in Florida have not only provided alternatives for students, but also spurred improvements in public schools. The competitive pressure from these programs has been associated with higher standardized test scores and better student behavior in public schools, indicating that school choice can serve as a catalyst for overall educational enhancement. In summary, Florida school choice programs has contributed to improvements academically, better student behavior, and increased educational attainment, benefiting both participants and students in traditional public schools. Wisconsin school choice programs, notably the Milwaukee Parental Choice Program, the Racine Parental Choice Program, and the Wisconsin Parental Choice Program, have been subjects of extensive evaluation regarding their impact on student academic outcomes. Standardized test scores in Wisconsin indicate that students participating in Wisconsin's private school choice programs often outperform their public school peers on standardized tests. For instance, students in these programs outscored public school students in 32 of 36 tested grades on the state forward exam. Choice students in Wisconsin from low and moderate income families have demonstrated higher performance on the ACT exam compared to public school students across all income levels. While choice students have shown strong performance, some analysts suggest that public school students, particularly those in schools affected by choice, have higher achievement proficiency rates in English and language arts, as well as math, compared to their peers in other public schools. In summary, Wisconsin school choice programs have demonstrated positive academic outcomes for many students in both public and private schools, particularly in standardized testing and college readiness. Ohio. School choice programs in Ohio have developed increased access to educational opportunities for students, particularly those from lower income households and those in underperforming districts. Studies have shown in students in Ohio who participate in school voucher programs tend to show academic gains, especially in subjects like math and reading. Surveys of parents involved in Ohio school choice programs often show high levels of satisfaction, particularly with the ability to select a school that fits their child's needs and learning style. And lastly, for Ohio, offers a wide range of educational choices, from private schools to charter schools to online learning to magnet programs, allowing families to select the best fit for their child. School choice, which allows parents to select the educational options that best suit their children, is beneficial for students, parents, and schools. By offering a range of educational settings, school choice creates a more flexible, competitive, and dynamic education system. And here's how it benefits all involved. For students, school choice allows students to attend schools that cater to their individual learning styles and interests. Not every student thrives in a traditional classroom setting, and school choice provides access to alternative educational environments that may offer specialized programs such as STEM, the arts, or language immersion. This personalized approach helps students stay engaged and motivated, leading to better academic outcomes. Furthermore, students in underperforming districts benefit greatly from school choice. In cases where a student local school board is failing to provide the necessary resources or adequate quality education, they can attend a higher performing school that offers better opportunities for success. For parents, parents are empowered by school choice as it allows them to make decisions about their child's education based on their family's values and their child's unique needs. Whether parents are seeking a school with a strong academic program, a focus on character development, or one that supports special needs, school choice ensures that families are not limited to the school in their local district. This sense of autonomy fosters a stronger partnership between parents and schools, leading to increased engagement in their child's education. For the schools, school choice introduces competition, which is a powerful motivator for improvement. School choice must innovate and excel to attract students, which raises educational standards across the board. This competition encourages schools to offer higher quality teaching, more diverse curricula, and additional support services. Additionally, school choice allows specialized schools that cater to niche populations, such as the students with special needs or those pursuing non-traditional education paths, to flourish. These schools can focus on meeting the specific needs of their students without being considered by a one-size-fits-all approach. In conclusion, school choice creates a more flexible and competitive educational system that benefits students, parents, and schools. It ensures students receive an education suited to their needs, empowers parents, and fosters an environment where schools continually improve. I yield the rest of my time back.
Representative yields 8 seconds back. Leader Cochran, you're recognized.
Sorry for that difficulty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Majority Caucus yields 5 minutes to Chairman Williams.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I rise in support of this bill today. And one of the reasons I do that is a colleague of mine and I like to go have a hamburger down the street. If you want to know the place, I'm happy to tell you. But we go there so often. There's a young man down there. He wants to talk about policy all the time while we're eating a burger and some of their best fries in Nashville. He shared with me and my colleague about how he was concerned about his daughter because he was not able to send her to a different school, and he did not have what this bill is called educational freedom. And I think it's interesting that we are here discussing this today, but what we're trying to do is provide choices for parents as it relates to how their kids and the education that they seek to acquire for them can be done. I also have heard there's a lot of discussion here about how the state dollars have never gone to private schools before, but I would remind this body, I have 2 children, both who have been through the higher education system here in Tennessee. One went to a phenomenal university in Johnson City, and my daughter's going to a private Christian school here in Nashville. But both of those people receive Hope scholarships. Those Hope scholarships are state dollars that are distributed to independent colleges and universities all across the state. A matter of fact, in 2023, 12,000 students received a Hope Scholarship, which is state funding to allow them to go to private colleges and universities here in the state. That's 18% of the kids that or young adults that went to school here in Tennessee went to a private college or institution. So the idea of that is just not true. Secondly, this money that we're setting aside to do this would allow, is a completely different separate revenue through the general fund that's completely different than how we fund K-12 education. And so when I look at this as it relates to my own community and district, there's a few things in here that I think are really important to note how this improves public education. A lot of discussion today about, well, this holds them harmless, or there's a floor, or whatever your terminology might be. But this bill does preserve funding for local education systems, just like mine at home. The reason why that's important for me, not just in case there's 2 to 5 kids that want to go to private school in my district. But the speaker and I share a county in our districts. And 2 weeks ago today, it was announced, and he and I were notified, that 433 families had lost their job. And in that small community, those students are probably going to have to leave because English is their second language and they work in a certain industry, and they're probably going to have to move. Under the tenets of this bill, those people, if they do have to move, my school system would actually be preserved because of the way the funding mechanism works, because of the number of people that leave and come back. Of course, it's a rolling average every year. But I think it's interesting that we do that. But another component of this bill, which I think is really important, last year as we debated the topic of vouchers, there was something that we discussed about funding capital projects or direct state funding for per student in the TISA formula or in charter schools for every public school student. I would love to still see us do that. But in this instance, what we're doing after the promise of Hope scholarships is met, we're preserving 80% of the sports wagering money. That's monies that's going to go directly back to your communities to allow those communities to invest dollars in capital. Right now, if my school system just had to build a brand new school, and there was a lot of discussion about how we were going to fund this new school. And when we're doing that, there's discussion about, are we going to have to raise property taxes to do this? This bill, under the tenets of this bill, would allow local school systems to get direct state funding out of those dollars, which will make a huge impact to them in coming years. That being said, funding education is really important. We've proved that over the last 12 years. To give you an example, in my district and in many of your districts, as I look at the cost, in Tennessee, or in Putnam County, we have doubled the investment in education in 10 years, which is remarkable. I yield the rest of my time.
That'd be 0. Leader Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Majority Caucus yields 2 minutes to Chairman Hawk.
Representative Hawk, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Folks, I don't begrudge how anyone votes on this bill, but I do find incredible frustration on the antics and the comments that I've seen over the last few days that question the integrity of anyone in this room or question the integrity of anyone down the first floor. That's wrong. Everyone in this room has the same equal vote to do what we're trying to do. I'm a no on this bill, but I'm not opposed to it because of any of the comments that anybody's made. I'm not opposed to the bill because of any of the antics that we've seen over the last 2 days. I'm opposed to the bill because the people in my district have asked me to oppose the bill. All the shouting that goes on and what you heard right there does nothing for me. It only makes the situation worse. What I want to focus on is leadership. I've done leadership, small town leadership, big town leadership. I even spent a month of July at Harvard, which doesn't do much for my street cred at the co-op, by the way. But a question comes up, what are you going to do if an issue like this comes up? You've got all this polling data. You've got all this information. You've got these statistics. You've got all this. And I say, well, I'm going to try to tell my district exactly what's going on. And I'm going to try to tell them this is why I'm going to vote this way. And this is the information I'm receiving. And the instructor said, you vote your district. That's the people that sent you there. So once again, instead of getting upset, let's understand why we came to the vote we've got today. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Leader Cochran, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Majority Caucus yields to Representative Martin from Hamilton for 4 minutes.
Representative Martin of Hamilton, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard Senator Tim Scott say one time that education is like magic, that it can change the trajectory of a child and their future and their ability to be a good citizen in our country. And I never have forgot those words. Education is like magic. And the question is this: all of us know that the best thing for young people is for them to get a good education, but who has the greatest agency in making sure that child gets the best education? I remember some time ago, I was speaking with a superintendent, and he said to me, he said, you know, Greg, he said, one of the challenges is we only have children 18% of their school year. We don't have it the other 82%. But do you know who has that agency? Moms and dads, grandparents, that's who does. That's who has the greatest agency. And to me, that's what this is about. Because parents have the greatest responsibility to shape their children's academic futures. And yet too often their role is limited because of a lack of access and resources to provide the best education for their children. And instead of empowering parents, we often restrict their options, and particularly when it comes to education. I was proud last night that President Trump issued his executive order where they're going to be looking at block grants that will be coming back to the state to help states that have a school choice program, not unlike the one that I believe that we're going to pass today. I think that is good for America. You know, monopolies are rarely a good thing. In fact, I think they're about as popular as Nancy Pelosi is in East Tennessee. And yet what we've done is that we have allowed monopolies when it comes to education, that there's only certain people that can tell us what's best, and are those who control and benefit from it. You think about higher education where we don't have a monopoly, as Representative Chairman Williams mentioned a moment ago about the money from the state with the Hope Scholarship, but also when you think about the Pell Grants and you think about the Readjustment Act of 1944 when veterans came home, and that money that is tax dollars that is being used to help educate in private schools like Bryan College or Lee College, or public universities like the University of Tennessee. We have competition there, and there's no other country that has even close to the amount of competition when it comes to higher education than America. The UK is a distant second, and yet we find competition in higher education is not only acceptable, but it's widely embraced. Now, people talk about the critics. The critics will talk about the defunding of public education, but that's about as true as Hunter Biden's laptop was somehow Russian disinformation. It's not true. In fact, in Hamilton County, where we have a school choice program in the ESA, for the last 5 years, our funding has gone from $173 million to $270 million. That's a 36% increase in 5 years. Our enrollment has not dropped. And in those ESA programs where we have about 500 young people that are in that, it's not affected a negative way our schools. And I think that is something that is important and we need to keep in mind. One other point I want to make is this. It was mentioned earlier that the average tuition is $16,000. In Hamilton County, the most expensive schools don't participate in the ESA program. And so this is something that's going to help working class people, poor people. And
There we go. Leader Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Majority Caucus yields 3 minutes to Representative Carringer.
Representative Carringer, you're recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise not just as a legislator, but as someone who believes every child deserves the best education possible. No matter their zip code or family income, parents know their children best. And this bill gives them the power to choose the school that meets their child's unique needs. This bill provides 20,000 scholarships prioritizing low-income families and students with disabilities. And if demand is high, we'll continue expanding the program to reach even more children. Each scholarship can be used for tuition and other essential educational expenses. ensuring families have real options. This effort isn't happening in a vacuum. President Donald Trump has been a strong advocate for school choice, pushing to prioritize federal funding for programs just like this. Tennessee has the chance to lead the way and show the nation how empowering parents can transform education. And I also want to say I have ran every time as the District 16 state rep in Knox County on school choice. And my district has sent me here with a man that was elected for mandate that supports school choice. And so at the same time, while I believe this bill protects public schools by keeping their funding stable, rewarding teachers with the $2,000 bonuses, and dedicating sports wagering revenues to improve school infrastructure in undeserved areas. At the end of the day, this is about giving families choices, ensuring teachers are valued, and making sure every Tennessean has the opportunity to succeed. Thank you again, and I'll yield my few minutes left. Thank you.
20 seconds, yield it back. Leader Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Majority Caucus yields 2 minutes to Chairman Russell.
Chairman Russell, you're recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From everyone I've heard, they want to do two things. They want to help the children, help the teachers, both the public school teachers and the private school teachers. But the concerns we got is it seems that we're paying double and the money's not following the child. It seems like the principles that I grew up with that cut spending and small government's not being met with this bill because the math just simply does not add up. And as the previous speaker said, at the end of the day, we want the best for our students. However, I just don't think we do that with this bill. I've got a lot of respect for the sponsor, but I'll be voting for less spending and smaller government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minute 14, move back. Leader Cochran, you're recognized.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Majority Caucus yields 4 minutes to Chairman Garrett.
Representative Representative Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you a story. A lot of stuff we do down here, 95% of it is bipartisan. There are only a few issues that Republicans, Democrats, that we really have a hard time coming together to do. You all on both sides have made great points about this particular piece of legislation. This one, education, we just have different ideas. Hopefully one day we can merge those into one. I want to tell you a story. I don't know if any of you all have heard of the movie called Patch Adams. Robin Williams played this fella named Patch Adams that was a student in medical school, and he had an unorthodox way of connecting with patients in the hospital. What I mean by that, in the cancer ward in this particular hospital, he would go in dressed up as a clown and make the patients laugh. He would actually sit down with them and spend time, come up with a rapport with his particular patients. The traditional way that the doctors were taught at that time were that you don't have a relationship with the patient. So what did the school do? The medical director, he opposed Patch Adams. He opposed his abilities to connect with the patients, took him to the medical board, tried to kick him out of the school, even though he had some of the highest grades in medical school. They did not believe that what he was doing was the traditional way to treat patients. What happened at that hearing? By the way, this is based on a true story. So if you haven't seen the movie, I would encourage you to see the movie. It's pretty good. But what happened at that hearing was he changed the minds of his medical director that was there trying to kick him out of school. And the board said, I hope the way that you connect with your patients spreads like crazy, because it was in an unconventional, untraditional way to connect with patients. Why do I bring that up? Why do I even say that in the midst of everything that's been said regarding the details of this particular situation? And I ask you this,
the reasons why I support this particular piece of legislation is because what if we have one student that's struggling, that can't make it in a certain setting that they're in? Their parents just may need a little bit of help. Our government can't be the answer to all. Money, more money does not equal better outcomes. So just like the instances in medical school, they could not fathom how he would treat these certain patients, treat them as equals and not a doctor-patient, but get down to the patient level and help those through these awful sicknesses that they're going through. Why can't we do that? Why can't there be more than one way to teach our children? You don't have to be for the scholarship programs to make sure we reach every student in the state of Tennessee, and then somehow that equals that you're against our public schools. You can be both. We can do both. We can do more than just one thing at the same time. Is it perfect? Is anything, any legislation that we use political language to describe, it's going to explode a budget? It's going to be devastating. I've heard the word threat half a dozen times today. Will it do any of that? I do that in the political world as well. The other side does it as well. We do that to make a point. But will this happen? Ladies and gentlemen, I know this General Assembly, I know the folks of Tennessee, and I know that we all can do one thing. We can all do more than one thing at a time. That's why I support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Leader Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Majority Caucus recognizes Chairman White for 4 minutes.
Chairman White, you're recognized for 4 minutes. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. It's an honor to stand here before you in support of the Education Freedom Act, and I will tell you why. There's been a lot of things said about on the floor about our educational system, and I could dispel those if I had the time. I came up here 15 years ago, and I realized real quick that if you tried to be a know-it-all in everything, you was going to fail because it's too complex. So I focused on education. My background started out being a teacher and a principal. So I spent the last 10 years on the education committee, and we have actually worked very, very hard in this state under Governor Haslam, Governor Bresson before that, Governor Haslam, now Governor Lee, focusing on improving the state of education in Tennessee. We have more than doubled the education funding in the last 10, 15 years. We have raised our standards and our college and career-ready standards. And why is that important? Because we are focused on our public schools, all of our schools, that we make sure that each individual child has the best opportunity to succeed in life. Yesterday, as I mentioned on the floor, the NAEP scores came out, National Assessment of Educational Progress, and the scores said this. Actually, 4 years ago, I was honored to be appointed to the NAEP board. It's called the National Assessment Governing Board. There's 26 members from around the country that are appointed by the Secretary of Education. And we spend a lot of time looking at the nation and its educational standards. So we put so many things in place for this state so that we know that we will perform. Now, 15 years ago, Tennessee was around 47th, 48th in about all categories. One reason why, we didn't have high standards. That was changed under Governor Haslam. Yesterday, when the NAEP scores came out, we are now in 4th grade reading. We are now 24th in the nation. 4th grade math, 13th in the nation. 8th grade reading, 21st in the nation. And 8th grade math, we are now 20th. We have been focusing on academic achievement in this state for a long time, and we are moving the needle. So we are putting more money, we're putting more attention on our public school system. But here's why I support this. Education is not static. Nothing is static in our world. You've got to continue to reinvent things. For example, the reason choice is so important, when you have choice in a system, whether it be in the Memphis community, the note said Memphis. When you have choice in a system, whether it be in the business community, whether it be in healthcare, whatever, you begin to have innovation. Choice creates competition, which creates innovation. And that's what we need in our educational system, not only in our state, but in our country, more than ever. So as we move forward with the state, having choice, competition, and innovation in the system is so very, very important. I am just waiting. In Memphis, my hometown, we have had Elon Musk come in and invest in XAI, and he is putting to the tune in the years to come $60 billion in our community in artificial intelligence. I am waiting on the first school system in our town to jump on that and innovate and bring AI and everything else in our STEM system for our young people. We cannot be static. School choice is a good thing, and I urge you to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Majority Caucus yields 4 minutes to Representative Hale.
Representative Hale, you're recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we approach the voting of this legislation, I've spent the last several weeks not asking some special group, but asking our leadership and our speaker and our governor's staff many in-depth questions. And some of the things that I have battled and thought about is currently in our state, we operate a public health care system that puts public dollars into private providers. Currently, we operate a transportation system that uses public dollars to pay private entities to build roads and other services. We operate a food program that takes public dollars and provides private food from private businesses. These are billions of dollars that we spend every year. These programs are not immoral. They are programs that we support and programs that are not perfect. If anything we did, if everything we did was perfect, folks, we wouldn't even have to be here because we would have all the problems solved. That's why we sit here today. But we have one program that in state funding that does not provide for profit. We've put approximately $3.8 billion into public education in the last 12 years. And I hear a question continually asked, where do the funds come from? Nobody asked where those funds were going to come from. Most of us in this chamber ran on school choice. We may not like this scholarship bill and have different reasons. We may not like vouchers, but today my schools are losing. And I look at this more as a public schools first for me. There's $3.3 million in this bill that would go to 12 counties. One of those counties is Jackson County in Tennessee that is subject to lose $94,000. We talk about raising taxes. We talk about these things. Jackson County today with their losses is looking at over $294,000. That's 13 to 14% or cents tax dollars that would have to be raised to take up that. We can stop that because of the hold harmless that's in this. The students that we're losing in Jackson County, in DeKalb County, Cannon County, Smith County, they're not going to private schools, they're going to homeschooling. With this floor, that keeps those dollars in our school system. But here's where it comes down for me, folks, as I wrap up my last minute. My heart has been service. My heart has been supporting public schools. There's not one thing in this that will hurt our county schools. There's been much said and hatred and hurt and cussing and emotion. But my decision today is not about politics, but it's about the 70,000 that calls District 40 home. It's about a school system that I went to, that my children go to, and my grandchildren go to. So today, I support it to support the public school system and to help them to keep from losing money that we're losing today. I yield back the rest of my time.
Leader Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Majority Caucus yields 2 minutes, 30 seconds to Representative Doggett.
Representative Doggett, you're recognized for 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I alluded to this earlier when we were debating an amendment, but over the past 10 days or so, I've had numerous conversations with constituents, some of your constituents, bringing up conversations and concerns that perhaps there are students in our state that has intellectual and developmental disabilities and not have access to a private school. There may not be a private school that they would be able to attend. And so when I heard that, I started a deep dive. I started doing a lot of research to try to see what I could find out, because this is a community in our state that I care deeply about. And what I found out that those statements, those concerns were actually wrong. Just 30 minutes to the north of me, my colleague there in Murray County has a school. It's a private school. I believe it's a Category 1 school, but it meets those needs for children. And so there are availabilities there. I also found that this scholarship will indeed help members of that intellectual and developmental disability community. A few years ago in the 111th General Assembly, we passed something known as the Katie Beckett waiver. The Katie Beckett waiver helped severely disabled children or those that had complex medical needs to have funding for full wraparound services. Those public dollars can be used for these families to attend specialized private schools, those schools that are tailored to help fit those needs that they may have. I would say that there is no one in this room here today that would argue or disagree with me that using those public funds for those children to attend these private schools would be a bad thing. And so here we stand here today. There's arguments that have been made that we're using public dollars to fund private schools, but yet we have members of our communities that could use this scholarship. Those families could utilize this scholarship to meet the specific needs that they may have for their children, in combination with Katie Beckett waiver, to help further the progress and success of their child. And
Leader Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Majority Caucus yields to Chairman Slater for 3 minutes.
Chairman Slater, you're recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there's been a lot of comments on the floor this morning from those that are in favor and those who oppose this bill that's before us. I think everyone can agree that what was just stated, the crux of the issue is, should public funds, taxpayer funds, follow students to private schools? That really is the foundational question here. It's already been pointed out that we already have public funds that follow students to private post-secondary schools. My question is, if it's good enough for an 18-year-old, why is it not good enough for an 8-year-old? If it's good enough for a college freshman, why not for a high school freshman? Now, there's been concern about a couple of things that I'd like to address in the 2 minutes that I have. One of the things is that one of the concerns is that this amount is not enough. $7,075 is not enough to send a child to a private K-12 school. And I agree with that. Most private schools are far more than that. But right in this room are many of us who attended private colleges and universities that accept the Pell Grant. You want to guess what the maximum amount of the Pell Grant is this year? $7,375. So what I would ask you this,
Is 7375 enough to attend Fisk University, Vanderbilt University, Tusculum? I could go on and on. Lipscomb, Belmont. Each of these receives students with the Pell Grant. So how is the difference made up? I don't speak hypothetically. I know how the difference is made up in private K-12 schools. Families that desire a particular school for their child, they will do whatever it takes in order to make sure that they can attend. They'll take an extra job. They won't end up going on vacation. They'll drive their car 10 years instead of 2 or 3 years. They'll do what it takes in order to do that. The same way that students do it, the same way that many of us did that because the aid that we received wouldn't meet.
Thank you. Leader Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Majority Caucus yields 3 minutes to Chairlady Moody.
Chairlady Moody, you're recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. And members, I'm sure many of us, depending on where you're standing or leading, have heard from people that are accusing us of hating public schools. And the first time that I was accused of that, it took my breath away because I know as we progressed and, well, let me start here. When I came in 2000, the year of 2015, I carried a bill with Senator Dolores Gresham that established our Tennessee's first school choice program. It's the Individualized Education Account Program. That's when the You Hate Public Schools came to me. And I assure you, that is the furthest thing from my mind. So it hurts me to be accused of that. When I see parents of children with special needs that don't think the public schools are quite able, I admire our special education departments. They have so many different needs coming to them. My hat is off to the job they are doing. It is overwhelming, and they do good work. So this Individualized Education Account Program, when I agreed to take that, it really was a life-changing experience in that we were able, in the rulemaking process, that process where I got to see our government at work, that Department of Education and that young woman that was put over this program, we met for at least a year or more, hearing from every stakeholder. We had to meet across the street over there on James Robertson in the biggest room I've ever been in, and it was packed. And everything that was mentioned, good, bad, whatever, we took to heart and crafted this program. And I know my time is running out. If I could give some quick stats to you to calm your concerns of the people leaving. Our student enrollment in 2017 was 38 students. Today, it has grown to 692. When we began this program, there were 9 schools in that first year. Today, we have 48. Now, for those families, I wish we could.
Leader Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Majority Caucus yields 3 minutes, 28 seconds to Chairman Russell. To Chairman Grills.
Chairman Grills, you're recognized for 3 minutes and 28 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to give kudos to this new system that we're operating under today. I love the dialogue, the back and the forth here, and listening to people and just sitting there. And I really enjoy that. And I think a lot of people on our side have enjoyed that as well. Also want to thank President Trump for coming to recognize what the Tennessee legislature is trying to do this week. Earlier, he put a nice tweet out this week and just give us kudos. And I want to tell him how much I appreciate that. And Senator Blackburn and for the leadership they've shown. But also, I understand that this is a controversial topic, and we've gotten emails and text messages and phone calls from people that we love and people that love us. And it's a very emotional situation that we're in. And I know there's been all kinds of information distributed, and some of it's true and some of it's not, and some of it's just gotten people in a tizzy. But I want to just recognize the funding floor portion of this. Leader Lamberth, wherever you are, you gave an elegant example of what happened. Chairman Williams, you come back and you said something about how it's going to affect your part of the world. I live over there in Northwest Tennessee, and Goodyear was a huge plant there in Union City. And just like that, we lost a huge amount of our population. 400 or 500 kids left the school system in a matter of 1 year. And that funding went with them. And creating this funding floor will guarantee our LEAs and our county commissions and our cities and the tax burden that's held upon the counties, it will guarantee that they have some type of a floor that they'll work from. So they don't have to worry about how much funding am I going to lose next year if we lose this many kids, we lose that many kids. And I think that's a fantastic addition to this bill. But every day since I've been up here for 5 years, we deal with issues. And every time we take a vote and every time we pass a bill, we're doing one of two things. And that's a transfer of power. That's a transfer of power from the individual to the government, or from the government back to the individual. And I'm going to tell you, as a daddy and as a daddy of 2 daughters, I'm not eligible for this. We do not have a private school in my district that would be eligible. But as a father, I want to be able to have as much control over my daughter's future as possible. And if we can give power back from the government to that individual, it's a better day in Tennessee, and it's a better day for America. So whenever we have a vote where I can take a little bit of power that the bureaucratic system has and give it back to the individual, that's a good day for me here in Tennessee. And with that, Speaker, I will yield back my time to Leader Cochran.
Leader Cochran? You don't have to take it. If you're done, you're good. Or you can yield 34 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to wrap up at the final few seconds here. I just want to emphasize the incredible investment that this body has made in public education in the last 10 years, and specifically the last 3 years, increased education spending in this state by $1.5 billion annually. My local school system, get $9 million more each year because of the investment of this body. That's the case across this state. That will continue to be the case as we continue to invest in public education. I'm proud of our work there, and I'm proud of the work that will continue for public educators. Thank you.
Thank you. Leader Lambert, you get 2 minutes to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will not take all of that time. We've been at this for a while this morning. It's an extraordinarily important issue. I have enjoyed the back and forth of this today with equal time on both sides of the aisle on these issues. I know it's a passionate issue for so many people in this room and throughout Tennessee. I will only say this. For me and my district, I will be voting in favor of this bill because for the first time ever, Tennessee will be able to lead the nation in fully supporting and funding our public schools and providing choice options for those families that desire to go to a private school. There will be 20,000 scholarships, and that is all. And we will continue to spend the $7 billion annually that we spend on K through 12 public schools and then some. I look forward to the regular session where we continue to build upon the successes of the past so that every single kid in this state has an opportunity for a fantastic education and amazing life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. I ask for your support of House Bill 6004.
Thank you, Leader. Troopers in the balcony, you have the authority to remove anybody who gets disruptive up there as we vote or after we vote. You have the authority. All those in favor of House Bill 4 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 54, 44 nays, 1 present not voting.
House Bill 4 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 5 by Leader Lambert and others relative to appropriations. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Hicks of Hawkins, you are recognized. Representative Hicks of Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 5.
Representative Hicks moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 5, properly second without objection. So ordered. Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 5 on third and final consideration.
Representative Hicks moves passage of Senate Bill 5 on third and final consideration, properly second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Vice Chairman Williams, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment Number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 2, same as Senate Amendment Number 2.
Vice Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw. What do you say?
Without objection, Amendment Number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 3 by Representative Powell, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I spoke about this earlier, and I won't go into detail again, but this simply, members, another opportunity to address an issue to fund schools where there has been a school shooting so that the school can make capital improvements so those students, teachers, and others that are in that building no longer will have to suffer and be in those facilities where there is and has been a school shooting. Sadly, this is something that we have to even consider. That it really breaks my heart to even have to push this forward, but it's been a very tough week for the members in my community, the students, the teachers, the administrators, the parents who have had to return to that school. As we speak right now, we're in a building where there was a school shooting. So members, I hope you will vote with me this time for this amendment to appropriate for our schools this $50 million. Thank you.
Representative Powell moves adoption of Amendment Number 3. Proper motion, properly seconded. Chairman Williams, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, I completely understand the situation you're in, and obviously my community and all of your colleagues' heart goes out to those students and tragedy that was faced there. However, and I commit to working with you to find better ways to provide safety and security to our communities. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, I move this to the table.
Proper motion, probably second part of the situation is Representative Powell has moved adoption of Amendment Number 3. Chairman Williams has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except for the sponsor. Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you. I would just ask my colleagues to please vote against the tabling motion. Very important issue, specifically for my district, but unfortunately, we know that this will probably be something that we face in other districts across our state until we can truly tackle the issue of school shootings, gun violence, and the hate that exists in our society. So I'd ask you to please vote against the tabling motion.
Parliamentary situation, Representative Powell has moved adoption of Amendment Number 3. Chairman Williams has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Has any member changed their vote? Let the journal reflect Representative Russell's excuse. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 73, 22 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 3 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 4, but Chairman Clemens, Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And ladies and gentlemen, this amendment simply strips out the funding for the voucher scam that was just barely passed by this body. I don't believe that anybody in this body who truly opposed the previous legislation should have to vote for the funding in combination with the badly needed flood relief and other things provided for in this Appropriations Act. So this gives you the opportunity to adopt an Appropriations Act free and clear of any of the voucher scam money. So I invite everyone who opposed that previous bill to vote for this budget amendment. There is no reason, there is no justification for combining the voucher bill money with flood relief. It is a poor demonstration of the priorities of this body that has come together to stand with our friends and the families and communities of Northeast Tennessee and provide the badly needed funding that they so badly needed with a voucher bill, which doesn't even barely have the support of 50% of this body. Ladies and gentlemen, I move passage of this amendment.
Representing Clemens moves adoption of amendment number 4. Proper motion, probably second. Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In order to continue to bring freedom scholarships to those families across Tennessee, I move this amendment to the table.
Affirmative situation, as Chairman Clemens has moved adoption of amendment number 4. Chairman Williams has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the table. Oh, I'm sorry. I was a little ahead of myself. Sorry. Proper motion, probably second. The Department of Situation, Chairman Clemens has moved adoption of amendment number 4. Chairman Williams has moved that motion to the table, cuts off all debate except for that of the sponsor. Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The only freedom this funding would provide is more welfare for the wealthy. So with that, I ask you to vote against the tabling motion, and let's vote straight up and down and show the people of Tennessee where our priorities really are and not muddy the water on providing badly needed flood relief with a voucher scam. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage and encourage you to vote no against the tabling motion.
Part of the situation is that Chairman Clemens has moved adoption of amendment number 4. Chairman Williams has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 65, 25 nays, 8 present, outvoted.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment 4 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 6005, of course, is the appropriation bill that will actually fund the bills that we have heard this week and that we will hear in just a few minutes. It begins with House Bill, which includes House Bill 6004, House Bill 6003, and also, which we have talked about both of those at length, also the TEMA disaster relief grants. Those are in here to the tune of about $240 million. Also, Carter County, $20 million, Sevier County, $6.2 million, financial incentives for high-performing schools at $17 million. Also, House Bill 6001 and House Bill 6007. That's what this includes. Again, it's the bills that we have discussed and that we will discuss for this special session. And with that, I renew my motion.
Thank you. Representative Hicks renews this motion. Leader Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Hicks, under normal circumstances in Finance Committee, something this major, the administration, F&A would come before us and kind of lay out for us the impact something this momentous would have on our current year budget. And I don't remember seeing such a presentation. And I'm concerned about it because we're going to be making decisions in our current year when the state funding board has already projected that estimated revenues for next year is only going to be $377 million. So we're about to have a really big hit, not only on our current year, because we're going to do this right now. And I don't see anywhere where the administration have come before finance to tell us the impact that it's going to have. Now, based on June 30, 2024 closing, and from legislation that we did to show this scheduled balancing over the next several years, I'm concerned about what that impact is going to have, not only on this budget, but what we projected as possible for next year's budget. I do understand that, at closing of this year, there was the 1.1 billion recurring, the 1.3 non-recurring that we did use for some one-time funding, and that 144 from last year is in the budget now to be made available, projected for next year. And so now, with this momentous bill we're looking at, with no really high-level overview from FNA, it's just concerning, because in the past, I've kind of always seen that. I was on finance, I kind of always seen we can ask questions and we have a deeper understanding how it's going to impact the budget that we previously voted on. So my question to you is, how do you feel this special session is going to impact the current year budget and some of these unforeseen things that may, come up as we move throughout the ensuing year?
Representative Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Leader Camper, I will begin by just letting you know that, of course, we're always concerned with revenues in the state. Of course, the way we've budgeted in the past couple of years by paying for non-recurring things with recurring dollars has really positioned us to be able to do a lot in this state. And not only will we do that this particular session, special session, but we'll also do that in the upcoming session. But let me tell you a little bit about the funding that we're paying for the bills that we just heard and that we're going to hear. A lot of the funding is going from, as far as non-recurring, is going to be coming from about 1.45 billion in reversions from our department and agencies. So that's how much those. That's what those numbers are. The other numbers in there that just funded House Bill 6004, a lot of that was dollars that had been appropriated that had been set aside for that. The other dollars that are recurring are also dollars that are in there that have not been appropriated yet. So they're sitting there for us to spend. And that's what we're using on these bills today.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So you're saying that those funds that we had set aside for the ensuing year budget, 2025, 2026, we're going to use those funds to pay for the legislation that we're about to, this bill we're about to pass. Secondly, before my time run out, you also stated that we took money from dollars, the reversion dollars. And this is the point I'm making, because generally the department would come before us because we're the ones that's held accountable. We're the ones pushing the button. And I just didn't see that this time. And I'm just cautioning you, Mr. Speaker, leadership, we need to continue those practices so members can understand that we've already said we're on a plan for what we want to do with our state dollars. And now we're going to disrupt that without any explanation from FNA. That's my real concern.
Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Leader Camper, the money that was set aside, let me be clear, that was for the House Bill 6004, the EFS. $144 million was set aside just for that. So that's, when I say set aside, that's the money that was set aside. The other monies were actually not appropriated. the other dollars, recurring dollars. And then on top of that, then you had the reversions that were coming back in to the tune of about $1.45 billion.
Representative Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know we have new freshmen on the floor, so I just want to paint you a picture of our financial status in Tennessee. One, as Leader Camper mentioned, we have stagnant revenues, so there's barely any money coming in. Two, last session, this body gave the biggest companies in this country that aren't even based here a $1 billion handout. And on top of that, President Trump, who's executing executive orders left and right, bless his heart, paused all federal funding. I know it's been rescinded, but it holds funds to local governments at stake. This is nothing more than pork barrel politics at best. And I have to ask you all, have you all talked to your local electeds at home? Have you talked to your USDA reps? Have you talked to the community organization that delivers Meals on Wheels to your communities? Instead of funneling public dollars to the wealthiest families in Tennessee, we could be ending the grocery tax.
Representative Bain, you know that we're on the appropriation. Those things are not in the appropriations bill. So let's try to keep it to what we're on. Thank you. Representative Bain.
Thank you. Instead of robbing from the Hope Scholarship, we could be making the biggest corporations in this state pay what they owe. And instead of forcing you all, those of you impacted by Hurricane Helene, demanding you choose between your communities and a billionaire-backed voucher scam, we could have run a clean disaster relief bill. If you vote for this, you all have lost all credibility when it comes to fiscal conservatism. Period. End of statement. This bill, the voucher scam, will bankrupt our state, and 10 years from now, this will be your legacy. Thank you.
Representative Hicks, anything? No? Very good. Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make a comment for the record. I'm just a little bit concerned that we're having to vote. Those of us who voted against the Freedom Act are having to vote to fund it. I'm certainly in favor of the disaster relief, but I just, for the record, want to put on record, I don't feel comfortable to have to vote for funding some legislation that I voted against. I just want to make sure that that is on record. I understand our rules and where we are, and I just wondered why we could not have voted separately on the funding of this, if anyone could answer that question.
Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Representative Shaw. And I think that question was actually asked in committee as well. Could these have been split? And I mean, you know, we haven't done that in the past. And if there was a time, of course, if you saw the board, you certainly saw how I voted in the last bill that we had. And if we could have split it, but we don't do that. We fund the bills, and then the enacting legislation, the bill either passes or fails. And if that bill fails, then the money just sits there. But if it passes, we have to fund it. And so I wasn't ready to risk, since they are together the way they are, I'm not going to risk the help that we need up in Northeast Tennessee. And that's just where I'm at. And I guess it's just historically, they all go together, and we'll do that again in a couple of months when we do the final budget, where we will actually come in and we will pass that budget, and then we will run all those bills behind the budget. And if those bills fail, that money will sit there. And this is the same case as you see today.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much. I just kind of wanted to get that on record. I'm kind of with you. I want to make sure that the people in East Tennessee get that disaster money. And I'll be voting in the affirmative for that reason. But I wanted to be very clear on record that I'm not voting to fund something such as the Freedom Act that I really voted against. But thank you for your time. Thank you.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to make sure we're getting this clear. The leader had asked about it previously. The $144 million that was appropriated last year, and that's just sitting there in the general fund unspent. I assume that's going to be added to the $346,987 that's in this Appropriations Act for this year. So the cost of that voucher scam is actually going to be $490,987,600 this year. Is that correct?
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Chairman. The monies that were unconsumed last year, because this is a part of a special session, those monies were not, they were set aside, but they weren't allocated. And so that money is in, for lack of better terms, an unused account as it relates to this policy as far as education freedoms savings account. When we proceed, if these bills were to pass, what we're doing is consuming that monies that was set aside last year. It's not last year plus this year. It's just using, that's the reason for the special session, so that we can pass this legislation and fund it with the money in the 24-25 calendar or fiscal year.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let's be clear. Why are we, in this Appropriations Act, are we setting aside $346,987,000 more in this Appropriations Act for this voucher bill?
Chairman Williams.
Thank you. We're using for, in this budget, that original $142 million, and we are spending additional monies for the following year because there's the other part. But for this particular purpose, when we come back into regular session, we'll have an appropriations amendment to reconcile all those dollars that were spent in the 24-25 year.
Chairman Clemens.
Okay, I just want to make it clear for people watching. This Appropriations Act says we're setting aside $225,800,000 plus $198,400,000 for the sole purpose of implementing that voucher bill. So that's in addition to the $144 million we already have. So are both of those sums combined going to be spent for this purpose?
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Chairman. I wasn't trying to be obtuse. I understand and see we're in the language now. The difference between that original money that was set aside and this additional dollar number that makes the total you discussed is a non-recurring spend for teacher bonuses of $2,000 a teacher. That's the difference in between what we set aside last year. Those monies for those additional monies for teachers bonuses are paid one time as non-recurring money, and they'll be funded in the AA through reversions that Chairman Hicks discussed a moment ago.
Chairman Clemens.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what amount is going to the teacher bonuses?
Chairman Williams.
$198,400,000.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So for recurring, are we adding the $144 million to the $225,800,000?
Chairman Williams.
You'll have to ask me again. I'm looking at this. Say it again.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So that $144 million, is that going to be added on top of that $225,800,000 for the recurring expenses?
Chairman Williams.
Yes, I think it is.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I finally have clarification that that $144 million is going on top of the money set forth in this Appropriations Act for the purpose of that voucher bill. That's what you just said. 144 plus 225 plus the 198.
Chairman Williams.
Thank you. It's the 148, not 144, which is why I was getting confused before. It's the 148 for the EFS scholarship program. It's the 198.4 for teacher bonuses, and it's $62 million, $62.7 million for the facilities funding that we discussed earlier.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, this is the type of confusion that takes place when you rush a piece of legislation like this.
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not confused at all. I just gave you a piece of paper to do that, and I easily explained it to you, even for someone like me. Thank you very much.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 5, vote aye. When the bell rings, those opposed, vote no. Has every member cast their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 81, 14 nays, 2 present, not voted.
Senate Bill 5, having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare it passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1 of the extraordinary session by Leader Lamberth and others relative to non-United States citizens. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2.
Leader Lamberth moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2, properly second without objection. So ordered. Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage of Senate Bill 2 on third and final consideration.
Leader Lamberth moves passage of Senate Bill 2 on third and final consideration, properly second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Immigration Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Immigration Committee Amendment number 2, same as Senate Amendment number 2.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 3 by Representative Johnson, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does is do away with the part of the bill that requires a license of an immigrant who can legally acquire a license in Tennessee to not have to have special designation. We've never seen with undocumented folks voting. It's a non-issue. Don't pretend as if it's happened. There is no security reason needed for folks to have this type of letter designation on their license. It puts them at risk, it puts them in danger, and they legally have that license. I have to ask, what is next? An armband? Is that where we're headed with targeting folks? Move to adopt.
I think it's more consideration, but that's okay. You've heard the motion, properly stated. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 3. All those in favor of considering amendment number 3, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 70 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 3 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 4 by Representative Johnson, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently, as understood, the states have received no guidance in how the Trump administration would like them to carry this out. This amendment, what it states is that that no state funding will be used to pay people to do the work of federal immigration workers, that state dollars and state funds will not go to do the work that is required by the federal government. This is just to make sure that if work is being done for the federal government, that we aren't paying for it. I've heard many similar bills like this in this legislature, so I would move to consider this amendment.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 4. All those in favor of committee amendment number 4, or amendment number 4, vote aye. All those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Let the journal reflect Representative Hawk is excused. Please take the vote, Mr. Clerk.
Ayes 25, 72 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 4 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 5 by Representative Dixie. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Dixie, you're recognized. I'm sorry, hang on, Representative Dixie.
Mr. Speaker, after conferring with counsel, this amendment has been deemed to be outside the call of the governor.
Outside the call. Representative Dixie, for what purpose?
I have.
Yeah, we'll get there. Yes, sir. All right, thank you. Mr. Clerk, call up next amendment.
Amendment 6 by Representative Jones and Davidson. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you. My hand is up to speak for the main bill since I only have a minute. But this provision is to remove the section of this bill that would allow local officials to be charged with a Class C felony. The nonpartisan legal office from our legislature already told us that this is constitutionally suspect. It's a violation of the speech and debate clause of targeting elected officials for how they vote, charging them with a Class E felony. This is unconstitutional. This is economically indefensible because it's going to lead to lawsuits that we already know. We were getting our counsel telling us we should not pass this. And so I would ask my colleagues to heed the advice of our own legal counsel here and remove this provision from this bill. Again, this is to charge local elected officials with a Class E felony if they vote in the affirmative of sanctuary city policies. I don't know of any other provision in our state where you could charge local elected officials or any elected official based off of how they vote. This is constitutionally insane, and our constituents deserve us to do better than this. So I'll ask you to please consider this amendment. Thank you so much, colleagues.
You've heard the motion, probably second. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 6. All those in favor of considering amendment 6, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 71 nays, 1 present, not voted.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 6 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 7 by Representative Dixie. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Dixie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment asks the chief immigration enforcement officer to consider the sanctity of the schools and churches when it is performing, when it makes its plan for the state. And what it would do is keep them with a 1,000-foot barrier of where we would keep our most sacred institutions from having our kids experience some trauma by watching one of their classmates or even having it enforced upon them. We have to make sure that we protect our kids, and it's very important that we keep our most sacred institutions such as churches and schools, safe zones for our kids to learn in this atmosphere that we have today. So I'm asking my colleagues to please consider this and consider this amendment so we can move on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 7. All those in favor of considering amendment number 7, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does anyone wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 73 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 7 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 8 by Representative Pearson. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Pearson, you recognize.
Thank you, Speaker. Briefly, out of order, a mistake was made on the previous vote. I'm 100% against vouchers and want to make sure everybody knew that, and I was able to correct that with the clerk. As it relates to this amendment, the language that currently is attacking local legislative officials is anti-constitutional. And there's been a lot of talk about this, but the reality is the privilege of legislators to be free from arrest or criminality as they are participating in their legislative proceedings is deeply rooted in the Bill of Rights and the core principles of this constitutional democratic republic experiment. By targeting elected officials and coercing them not to support you or this idea of legislation is wrong and is a misuse and an abuse of power by this body. And so that's why I ask that we take away this Class E felony and move for consideration of this amendment.
For the motion, probably second, we're voting for consideration of amendment number 8. All those in favor of considering amendment number 8, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 70 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 8 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 9 by Representative Pearson, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Pearson, you recognize.
Creating a felony offense for local officials to cast certain votes creates a dangerous precedent that could be used by future administrations to criminalize other policy positions. That's from the ACLU. Look, this legislation is only intending to use government as a bludgeon and to ignore the autonomy and the right of locally elected people to govern in a way that is according to their own conscience. And so today it is related to an office xenophobic, racist bill related to immigration, but in the future it could be related to issues that you care about, whether that be abortion or other rights. This is not how a democratic constitutional republic is supposed to operate. This is authoritarian, this is wrong, and the actions that we are being asked to take are immoral. And so I move for consideration to remove this from this bill.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 9. All those in favor of considering amendment number 9, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 23, 70 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 9 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 10 by Representative Pearson, Mr. Speaker, is untimely filed.
Representative Pearson, you recognize.
I practice Christianity. It's one of the hardest things that I do. And in the Christian faith, the way that you treat the stranger, the way that you treat the immigrant, the way that you treat people matters. And in my faith, the way that you treat folks is by welcoming them, caring for them, asking how might you be of service. It's not to negatively discriminate against them. And one of the key principles of this is to ensure that folks have even a different driver's license if they are undocumented. This is immoral for us to do as political leaders, and it runs afoul of the promise that we gave in our oath not to do things that are prejudiced or injurious to the people. And the people means all people who are in our care as a state. With that, I
figure he'll move for consideration. You heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 10. All those in favor of considering amendment number 10, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 22, 70 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 10 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Leader Lambert, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is relatively straightforward, but it has a couple different parts. It creates the new central, the 287G program. There are of illegal immigrants that are in this country. We do not know how many are in this state, but I'm confident in the president's leadership we will get back to a sense of normalcy and law-abiding activity within this state and within this country. You cannot come here illegally, period. For far too long, the federal government has allowed that type of activity to occur, and it will not occur anymore. They absolutely need to address the deficiencies in the legal immigration system, and I would like to see our federal government work together, Republican and Democrat alike, to make sure that there is a better and smoother process to legally immigrate to this country. That is not for us to vote on here today, but it is something I hope that will occur. But through the 287G program, they focus primarily on those illegal immigrants who have not only violated federal law by coming here illegally, but also in many instances committed heinous, horrible crimes, murder, rape, robbery, kidnapping, human trafficking. And yes, those people will be deported and deported quickly. So the Centralized Immigration Enforcement Division will cooperate with our federal counterparts to ensure that only illegal immigrants are deported and that legal residents, legal immigrants, and U.S. citizens will not in any way be affected by the deportation of those criminals. It also raises the standards for our IDs. I was listening earlier to some of the debate and comments that were being made. It is extraordinarily important that when it comes to voting for everyone that is on this floor in every election that we occur, that only U.S. citizens vote, period. It matters to be a U.S. citizen. There are people from all over the world that are literally dying to become U.S. citizens. They are doing anything within their power to try to become a U.S. citizen. There is no reason to water that down so that it does not mean what it means right now. The United States of America is that shining city on the hill. We're the greatest country in the world right now. We're the most free country in the nation, in the world right now. And this nation is the richest, safest place in the world. When you come here, being a U.S. citizen should matter. So if you are a legal resident and a legal immigrant, if you have come here properly, you can get a driver's license. You go through the same tests that everybody else goes through, but you can get a driver's license. That driver's license will look slightly different. We anticipate it will be a small X on there, similar to the way the restrictions are now for contacts or something else. But that license would not be valid to register to vote or to actually vote. It is a felony for someone who is not a U.S. citizen or has lost their ability to vote by being a convicted felon to vote in our elections. That is not allowed. If you're convicted of a felony, you have to get your rights back. So if you're here legally and you're not a U.S. citizen, then you would have to become a U.S. citizen. At that time, you could have that license changed over to a U.S. citizen license, and you would have all the rights and responsibilities that a U.S. citizen has. Beyond that, we also have some incentives in here to, again, cooperate with the 287G program so that local law enforcement, when they come across dangerous illegal immigrants that are also committing crimes here, they can cooperate very fully and quickly with ICE so that those folks can be deported. And the last section, and I know this has gotten a lot of attention, some of our colleagues on the opposite side of the aisle, it is illegal under state and federal law to set up sanctuary cities. It absolutely is. Unfortunately, that statute at the state level that is already defined now does not have any teeth in it. From this day forward, let it go forth. Do not set up sanctuary cities in our state. We are not a sanctuary to illegal immigrants from across the world that try to come to this state. If you come here illegally, you will be deported. We are not going to allow cities and counties to set up a sanctuary city. If they vote to do so, yes, absolutely, it would be a felony, as it should be, and they will be removed from office. You are not allowed to do that. Easiest crime in the world to avoid, just don't vote in favor of sanctuary cities. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll stand ready for questions, and with that, I renew my motion.
Leader Lamberth renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Salinas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. And I rise because my family immigrated here when I was 8 years old. Oh, I was 7, actually. It was right before my 8th birthday. And in a time of great despair, because I had bone cancer, my family found hope in Tennessee. My family came to Memphis so that I could receive treatment because I was dying and there were no treatments available for where we were. And I received some experimental treatments that now are the standard of care because that's what we do in Tennessee. We innovate. We save lives. And we were welcomed. We weren't asked for our papers. And thank God that that wasn't the case. So how do you repay a life? How do you repay an opportunity to live? I will spend my last breath giving back to this country and this state and the city of Memphis because it gave me a chance to live. And after my diagnosis, while my family was traveling, we were on I-40. We were coming back to Memphis so that I could receive the rest of my treatment. We were involved in a really bad car accident. And that car accident killed my father. On I-40, I watched him bleed out, killed my sister, paralyzed my mom, who was pregnant, who was 3 months pregnant at the time. And guess what? It was Tennesseans that came to our help. My twin brother and I, and my little brother, who was 2 years old, we were taken to Haywood County Hospital. I did not speak English. And I hope no one on this body ever needs help and can't speak the language, especially as a child. And if I know we have so many parents here, And I hope your kid is never in that situation. My mom was airlifted to Memphis. And luckily, she was able to save, the doctors, they were able to save her life and save the life of the baby, who's my little brother, Danny Thomas now. And you know who came to our aid? It was our local politicians and our Tennessee politicians. It was a senator at that time, by the name of Fred Thompson. I think you all recognize his name. A Republican. Sponsored a bill that allowed a widow mom in a wheelchair and her 4 kids to stay in our country and in our state and in our city, because the city of Memphis said, you are not going anywhere and you are gonna be fine. They told us this is the promise of America. This is what it's about. That it doesn't matter what you've been through, you will make it. And they wrapped their arms around us and they made sure that we were okay. And my fear for this legislation that we're passing in the state that I love so much, in a state that I will die working for, is that people like Senator Fred Thompson could be considered a felon with jail time. And every single local politician that helped us, all in West Tennessee. So I know that for y'all it's talking points, but I hope that by sharing my story, you will see that there is a human cost to this. You will see that these are not just numbers and that you can say illegal this and illegal that and then call yourself a Christian. Because at one point in history in our state, we had statesmen like Senator Fred Thompson, who if he tried to propose what allowed my family to stay here and receive our treatment and stay here in my country, people with disabilities don't have the same rights as people without disabilities. So if we had gone back home, we would have been taken away from our mom and we would have been left orphaned. And she would have been left begging in the street. But now my mom has 4 kids that are successful, and one of them is a state citizen.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Representative, I can only thank you for sharing a part of your personal story with us. That is the strength of this body. There's 99 people on this floor that all come from a variety of backgrounds, a variety of journeys that brought them to this floor. And I look forward to working with you on a multitude of issues. We may disagree on this particular piece of legislation, but I, for one, find your story inspirational. And I'm glad that you are here and sharing it. We may differ on 99% of the stuff from a political standpoint or whatever else, but your story matters. And part of that story is at the federal government level. You reached out to a federal official who changed the immigration laws of this country. That is exactly where that battle should occur. It should not occur at a city council or a county commission or a school board chamber in contravention of federal or state law. That is not where your journey ends. That is not where anyone's journey ends. It should happen at the federal level. We're not going to have sanctuary cities in this state at any time. I absolutely join you in asking for our federal government and demanding that they create a better pathway for individuals like yourself and others who wish to come to this country legally and participate in this amazing democratic process. Thank you for sharing with us what you have shared today. I genuinely appreciate it. I think everybody on this floor, I hope, listened to what you had to say. I definitely did. And so thank you again. I know we will disagree on much, but I can only thank you for your comments and for sharing that. Thank you.
Representative Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the sponsor, I do have a couple questions for you. If a local legislative body votes against entering into a 287G agreement, could that be considered enacting a sanctuary policy? And would those officials then be subject to a felony prosecution?
Leader Lambert.
No, this specifically allows for a local government to decide whether or not to participate in 287G or not.
Representative Harris.
Would school board members be at risk of prosecution for trying to protect undocumented students from targeted enforcement in their schools?
Leader Lamberth.
Again, the definition of a sanctuary city policy is just that. It is a policy. It is not an individualized issue. It is a policy. So they cannot vote to create a sanctuary city where every single, individual or entity under their umbrella is created as a sanctuary city. It's in the TCA on what a sanctuary city policy is. One-off individualized decisions do not normally fall under anything like this. We're talking about actually setting up a process. We're saying an entire city, an entire school system, where they are voting to say, both federal and state law enforcement agents are not welcome in that area and cannot enter into any of those areas to do their job. And so long as they're not doing that, they're not running afoul of this particular statute.
Representative Harris.
Thank you. And since the Tennessee Court of Appeals in Cornett versus Fetzer ruled that the speech and debate clause applies to local legislative bodies, doesn't this bill directly violate existing legal protections for city councils and county commissions?
Pause. Thank you. Leader Lamberth.
We were actually, this representative and I from Williamson County were just talking about that the other day. And there's a U.S. Supreme Court decision named Bogan is one of the parties in that actually supports that in fact, this law is allowed under a decision of that nature. And it's not protected on what you have just mentioned. You cannot vote in favor of something that is illegal. For instance, a city in this state could not say that driving under the influence is legal in their city. You simply can't do that. That is illegal. We have a state law that covers all 7.1, 7.2 million Tennesseans. And so you can't just take your city out of that. We are all one state. And so when it comes to criminal laws, we do not allow for local officials to vote to extract themselves from state law. And so that's what this protects against. And I think that the courts will uphold this long term and potentially even initially at the first step because of that U.S. Supreme Court decision and others where you can't purposefully vote for something that you know is illegal. This is constitutional.
Representative Harris.
Thank you, sponsor. And given that the president said in Mayhew versus Wilder, which affirms legislative immunity from criminal prosecution, how do you reconcile this bill will settle within the state?
Leader Lamberth.
I can give it to you one more time. So given the president said in Mayhew versus Wilder, which affirms legislative immunity from criminal prosecution, how do you reconcile the bill will settle state law?
Representative Balso.
Thank you, Representative Harris. The answer is going to take more than 1 minute and 37 seconds, but let me begin the answer. And it is that when you use the term legislative immunity, understand that that is a defined term under our U.S. Supreme Court precedent. The legislative immunity that comes from Article 1, Section 6 of the U.S. Constitution and Article 2, Section 13 of the Tennessee Constitution applies to action that is within, quote, the sphere of legitimate legislative activity, close quote, which is language that comes to us, as the leader mentioned, from the Bogan case, a decision written by Justice Clarence Thomas, one of our foremost jurists in the history of the country, for a unanimous Supreme Court, quoting an earlier 1951 decision called Tenney, issued by another one of our renowned justices, Justice Felix Frankfurter. So although we can talk all we want in general terms about how unconstitutional Section 6 is, it simply is not true. When you actually look at the language of our constitutional provisions, you look at the language of our U.S. Supreme Court precedents, and you look even further at the precedent from the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals in the year 2000 in the Cannery versus Osborne case, you'll see that the language in this bill is 100% constitutional, and we'll have a chance to discuss this further.
Representative Harris.
So the sponsor of the bill was not lit.
Mr. Clerk? No. All right. Put a minute, 30 seconds back on for Representative Harris. Minute, 30 seconds. Representative Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the sponsor, how do you justify criminalizing local elected officials for casting votes on immigration policies when Tennessee Constitution explicitly protects legislative action under the speech and debate clause?
Leader Lambert.
Thank you. And just as the back and forth that was just occurring, I do not think that it is protected under that provision for someone to vote in favor of something that is patently illegal. You cannot set up a sanctuary city in this state. That was previous law. It's defined well in the code, and you can't do it after this. My hope is that nobody's prosecuted under this. Just don't vote for these type of sanctuary city policies. Don't push them. Don't implement them. Let's allow the federal government to do their job by removing illegal immigrants. And then let's get back to a legal immigration process that actually works for everyone. We want good, hardworking folks from around the world to come here to the United States. It's one of the strengths of our country, but we don't want them coming here illegally.
Representative Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the sponsor, in the 1997 case, Bogan versus Scott Harris, the Supreme Court ruled that local legislators have the same absolute immunity from civil liability as state, federal, and regional legislators. This immunity applies to legislative activities regardless of the legislator's intent or motives. And that is all that I have, and I appreciate you for taking the time to respond.
Thank you. Leader Lambert, anything? Nope. Representative Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say that I think this bill is an abomination and a disgrace to our Tennessee values. And I want to say thank you to Representative Salinas, who adds so much value to our caucus and this body with her story. And I'm so grateful that she's here. Leader Lambert, for the attorneys that are listening, I would like to ask you two questions. And this is regard to the 287G program and the financial burden and legal risks that local governments incur when this bill is passed. The Tennessee Supreme Court mandates that state mandates must come with funding. So how do you reconcile that? Thank you.
Leader Lambert.
$5.5 million, $63,700. That is the fund that is set up to assist in local governments for participation in the 287G program.
Representative Bain.
We have 95 counties. Is that 5 million across 95 counties?
Leader Lambert.
Yes, it is.
Representative Bain.
And looking at Greene County and Knox County where these programs have been implemented and the immeasurable and innumerable lawsuits that have been filed, that it's really expensive. So do you think that that 5 million is enough to cover the lawsuits against these counties?
Leader Lambert.
I'm unaware of any lawsuits you're talking about, but if someone is participating in the 287G program and doing it properly, then no valid lawsuit would be filed. I can't really keep frivolous lawsuits from being filed, though we've tried really hard on this floor to keep those from going on.
Representative Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, follow-up question. This is about county sheriffs. If they decide not to participate in the 287G program, will there be any penalties for them? Are they at risk of any penalties in this bill?
Leader Lambert.
No, they are not. That's their decision. That's why it's a voluntary program to participate in 287G or not. I would encourage them to. I do find it to be a very good program, but they don't have to.
Representative Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say to your local governments, your local electeds are for a rude awakening. So once again, this bill is unconstitutionally sound and I won't be voting for it. Thank you.
Representative Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm really glad we got to deal with this this week, actually. This bill is certainly necessary to deal with individuals that are here illegally. That's the key word, illegally. They broke into this country, they broke our laws, and they need to come in through the right way. My constituents tell me that, yours tell you that, I know that. It's all across the state, the same message. The one concern I had about this bill when I first saw it, the first draft, was that we're creating a new government entity, a new division within the department. And I asked Leader Lambert to consider adding a sunset to that, which he spoke with Leader Johnson and they both agreed to that, and that's in here. So we will have to make a decisive action to continue that division and additional government if we so desire at that point. But it does have a sunset, and I'm very glad that we put that in there. Obviously, the felonies for locals voting to do something that's against the law, I'm glad that's in there. And we're not even reinventing the wheel. It's already been mentioned that the 287G program is being implemented in a couple of counties in this state, and we've got locals assisting ICE and federal authorities to do that job. One of the things that I'm very proud of in this state is, and especially my community around Jackson, is just how generous we are. I know my community, we have fundraisers for all kinds of organizations. We're very generous people. I just got a call Monday about a gentleman that volunteers at a soup kitchen, talking about probably some of these families that came to them on Monday unexpectedly, and they fed them. So we're taking care of folks while they're here. But also know that we are a state of laws, and our citizens, our constituents expect us to enforce those laws, even when we have an opportunity to enforce a federal law like this. This bill sets up quite a few protections for our citizens, for our voting rights, and our legal immigrants who, quite frankly, are overwhelmingly supportive of our defending our borders and protecting our country. This bill supports and honors them, and it honors our neighbors that we all work with, worship with, and we see every day. So I encourage you to support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Mr. Sponsor. I just have this overarching feeling that we may end up back in a special session again, fixing this legislation. And you know, we are as a body, many of our members are incredibly passionate about constitutional rights when it comes to Second Amendment and others. But we don't seem to be as passionate about the constitutional rights of, you know, our fellow elected officials. This is a really, really, really dangerous pathway that we're taking here. I want you to think about that. Think about what we're doing here. Mr. Sponsor, I'll wait, Mr. Sponsor. I'll wait on you, Mr. Sponsor. Can you stop my time, Mr. Speaker, until the sponsor is ready? Can you put me back about 20 seconds back on my time? I was waiting on the sponsor to finish this conversation over there.
Well, I hear you keep talking. So you have a question? Leader Lamberth, is there a question? Leader Lamberth? Representative Parkinson?
Mr. Speaker, I was trying to speak to the sponsor, but he was having another conversation, so he couldn't hear what I was saying. And I just would like to get my time back on, added back on, if you don't mind.
Continue right now.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Sponsor, we're in this is a really, really dangerous pathway that we're taking here, and I want you to think about this. And to my colleagues, to the rest of the body, you think about your friends that are on these bodies. Now, you may not want them to vote for sanctuary cities. That's fine and understandable, and I get it. But if we say you will be charged with a felony if you vote, not if you pass it, but if you push the button, that's where the felonious action starts. Now, we're talking about sanctuary cities and you know, or the tenants of a sanctuary city. And I'm not clear on the legislation if it means if you vote for one of the tenants of a sanctuary city, will you be charged with a felony? But think about this. So we are going to make felons out of commissioners, mayors, council members, and others because they vote on something that we do not agree with. That's incredibly bad precedence. That's incredible. I remember there was a bill that came before this body before where they were going to make felons out of locally elected officials if they voted against Confederate statues. But we had sense enough to pull back on that and say, hey man, that's not a good idea. This is not. These individuals that were duly elected in these local elections have a statutory duty by law. This is what they are supposed to do in that capacity as locally elected officials. Their job is to vote. And we are going to make felons out of them if they vote on something that we disagree with. Now watch this. How many times have we voted on things that went counter to the federal government? We do it all the time. I'll give you an example. One is we voted and we created a trigger law for that was counter to reproduction right laws federally. We voted for that. And it was counter to the federal law. We're not felons because we did that. And so we're asking, what if a city wants to create a vote to set up a trigger law in the event that the state law changes? They would become felons for pressing the button. That's horrendous. That's horrible. And it's anti-democratic. We all fight for democracy. We all fight. And as a matter of fact, we send troops overseas to fight to spread this idea of democracy. And we are telling our local elected officials that democracy only matters when you agree with what we're saying. This is not smaller government, guys. Many of you ran, Chairman Faison, many of you ran on smaller government. You are creating larger government. I think it's only the Democrats that believe in smaller government in this body. You are.
Chairman Faison, I don't think he meant to call on you to add more time for you, but no. All right, Leader Lamberth, you recognize.
All right, we'll go there. Tell that to Christopher Gadd's family. There's a police officer that was hit by a drunk driver, by an illegal immigrant who never should have been here. Tell that to Ruby Garcia's family. Tell that to Laken Riley's family, or Travis Wolf, or Alex Wise, or any of the other hundreds and hundreds of individuals that have been murdered in this country by an illegal immigrant. Legal immigration works. When you come here and start off the journey to freedom illegally, it puts you in the dark in every working environment. You are taken advantage of by employers that pay you under wage, pay you cash under the table. Our laws on labor protections don't count. You're hiding in the shadows because you're here illegally. And unfortunately, many of those people come here that were criminals in the country that they came from, and they were unvetted when they came across the porous southern border or anywhere else. There are terrorists, there are criminals. And yes, for every immigrant that has a dream and a future that came here legally, as just like the lady you were pointing to is inspirational, everyone that comes here legally, there are hundreds who have killed American citizens. Let it ring forth. We will not have sanctuary cities in this state. You can walk away and ignore me, but it ain't going to happen here in Tennessee, and our citizens will not be murdered by illegal immigrants.
Troopers, the gentleman in the front row with the sign, I think spoke, show him out, please. Representative Stevens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this legislation, and let me begin with a quote first. All Americans are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public services they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. We are a nation of immigrants, but we are also a nation of laws. It is wrong and ultimately self-defeating for a nation of immigrants to permit the kind of abuse of our immigration laws that we have seen in recent years, and we must do more to stop it. This was not a quote from President Trump. This was not a quote from a Republican. This was from Bill Clinton in his 1995 State of the Union address. Illegal immigration is completely out of control, and we have to do something about it, friends. Tennessee taxpayers are getting crushed with the cost, and we can't ignore this anymore. According to the Federation for American Immigration Reform, illegal immigration has cost American taxpayers $150 billion a year, which is a staggering amount. It costs Tennesseans $500 million a year. According to FAIR, there were nearly 140,000 unaccompanied minors that came across the southern border in 2023. We all know that human trafficking is occurring there, and that is a travesty. 30,000 pounds of fentanyl came across the southern border in 2023. We all heard the stories of people overdosing on fentanyl, and it's horrible. Gangs from numerous countries are coming across the southern border. Why would we not want to fight these issues and do something about it to protect our Tennessee citizens? There is nothing humane about an open border. When I left the Rutherford County Commission 2 years ago, we had about 4,000 students in the Rutherford County school system that spoke English as a second language. In the 2 years since I've been gone, that has doubled. Not all of those are illegals, but far too many of them are. The added cost of educating these students is a major burden that the county school board and the county commission should not have to bear. Thankfully, we once again have a president that wants to enforce our immigration laws and put American citizens first. This bill will create an immigration enforcement division within Tennessee. This office will coordinate with local and federal officials to deport illegal immigrants, especially those with violent criminal histories. It also establishes a grant fund to help the local governments pay for these services to help deport the illegal immigrants in our communities. Since Clinton's 1995 speech, illegal immigration has gotten worse and worse and worse, and it's finally time for us to stand up and do something about it. Let's pass this bill, let's do our part, and let's send a message that Tennessee is not going to put up with illegal immigration anymore.
Representative Miller. I had you on the list at one point and said no.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Very good. Representative Chaplain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to read off a few numbers for you. An estimated 162,000 illegal aliens live in Tennessee. Roughly 56,000 children in Tennessee are from illegal aliens. 49,000, almost 50,000 in the school system. Cost each Tennessean $4,456. In 2023, immigration alone cost Tennessee $971.3 million. You know, it's funny to me that members on the other side of the aisle want to talk about hypocrisy, right? When they have constituents that have been killed by illegal aliens that were behind the wheel of a car drunk, and they want to chastise my colleague from West Tennessee who tried to ban cold beer. You want to talk about hypocrisy? They're not calling your offices because you won't call them back. They're calling us. So I want to commend this speaker. I want to commend this leader. I want to commend this governor for standing in the gap against evil and protecting those that can't protect themselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call previous question.
Previous question to call. There's objection. Spirited, very spirited. We're on the board for previous question. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 71, 20 nays.
Previous question prevails. For your voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member casts a vote, does any member wish to change their vote? Let the journal reflect Representative Love is excused. Let the journal reflect Representative Hastings excused. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 72, 22 nays.
Senate Bill 6002, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that completes the regular calendar.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Unfinished business.
Unfinished business. Representative Rudd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the rules be suspended for immediate consideration of SJR 01 after council with both leaders.
Mr. Clerk, please read the caption.
Senate Joint Resolution 1 of the extraordinary session by Chairman Rudd, a resolution to recognize and honor Ernest Burgess, Rutherford County Chamber of Commerce 2024 Business Legend of the Year.
You've heard the caption. Any objections? Without objections, rules suspended. Representative Rudd.
Thank you. After, again, consulting with both the leaders, I move that all of the Rutherford County delegation voting in the affirmative be listed as co-prime sponsors. And I move to concur with SJR 01.
Without objection, exclusion is duly noted. Representative Rudd moves concurrent Senate Joint Resolution 1, probably seconded. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I declare it concurred. Without objection, motion reconsidered table. Representative Rudd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the rules be suspended for immediate consideration of SJR 02.
Mr. Clerk, please read the caption.
Senate Joint Resolution 2 by Chairman Rudd, a resolution to recognize and commend Sean and Christy Hackinson, Rutherford County Chamber of Commerce 2024 Business People of the Year.
You've heard the caption. Any objections? Without objection, rules suspended. Representative Rudd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After consulting with both leaders, I move that all of the Rutherford County delegation voting in the affirmative be listed as co-prime sponsors. And I move that the SJR 02, we concur with SJR 02.
Without objection, exclusion is duly noted. Representative Rudd moves concurrent Senate Joint Resolution 2, probably seconded. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I declare concurred. Without objection, the motion reconsidered table. Representative Rudd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the rules be suspended for immediate consideration of SJR 03.
Ms. Clerk, please read the caption.
Senate Joint Resolution 3 by Chairman Rudd, a resolution to recognize and honor Lori Cutler, upon being named the 2024 Rutherford County Chamber of Commerce Leadership Rutherford Pinnacle Award winner.
You've heard the caption. Any objections? Without objection, so ordered. The rules are suspended. Representative Rudd.
Thank you. After consulting with both leaders, I move that all the Rutherford County delegation voting in the affirmative be listed as co-prime sponsors. I move to concur with SJR 03.
Without objection, exclusion is duly noted. Representative Rudd moves concurrent Senate Joint Resolution 3, properly seconded. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Declare concurred in. Without objection, motion reconsidered table. Hey, members, we are going to hold right here for a few minutes, but we will not be taking a recess. We're just in a pause. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move the rules be suspended for immediate consideration of SJR number 5.
Mr. Clerk, please read the caption.
Senate Joint Resolution 5 by Leader Lambert, the resolution to provide for the adjournment, sine die, of the first extraordinary session of the 114th General Assembly.
For the caption, any objections? Without objections, rules suspended. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to concur in SJR number 5.
Leader Lambert moves to concur in Senate Joint Resolution 5. Properly seconded. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I declare concurred in without objection. Motion to reconsider is taken. Leader Lambert, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Journal of House of Representatives and the proceedings thereof be approved for the first through the fourth legislative days of the first extraordinary session.
Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Senate Joint Resolution number 5, I move the first extraordinary session of the House of Representatives of 114th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee adjourned sine die.
I hereby declare the first extraordinary session of the House of Representatives of the 114th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee adjourned and sine die.